Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today, we are going to be reading the second chapter of the book Jnana Yoga, written by Swami Niranjan Ananda Saraswati. This is an excellent book, and this is a book that's really getting to the core of mind management, which is everything what yoga is about. Management of the Chitta, management of the mind substance, management of the storehouse of images. Now, those of you who are familiar with Kabbalah, that might ring echoes of the storehouse of images known as Yasod. Could there be a connection between the etheric plane, the imagination, and Chitta? And could it be that yoga just might be the skill and the tool that we use to master the next level of ourselves, which is the etheric body, which is the imagination realm, etc., etc. So if this is something that you know about, those are some hints for you to do some further research. If these are just words that you never heard before, then don't worry about it. We're going to get into it. So I'm excited about this chapter because this one's really good. This whole book is fantastic. So I hope that you guys are excited as well. Greetings to everyone that's in the chat. Lily June, peace. Moby, good evening. Hope you're doing well. Al Dickey, peace, brother. Peace. Peace. I love you, bro. Arinthos, greetings, prosperity. Queen Bee, Coagula 1044 Tarot, peace and good evening. Naturally natured. Good to see you. Good to see you. ZJ, peace. Who loves orange soda? I certainly do. Bel Rodriguez, good evening, good evening. I see you finally got the book, so you're going to be able to keep up. Awesome. Sunshine Chick, good evening, good evening. Great to see you. Hecate Goddess, peace. Got here at the beginning this time. Kevros SS God, peace. Society Ejects, peace and greetings, my brother, peace and greetings. Always great to see you. Okay, so everyone who is here, of course, please hit the like button because you know how this YouTube thing goes. I have to say it every single time, and I'm okay with that, But the algorithm, it supports videos that have a high engagement rate. So if you like this video, that helps me out as far as getting my videos pushed out into the ether webs. All right, so let's get into it. I don't want to stall too long. Typically, it takes about 10 minutes for me to get around to reading the book. Let's try to do that a lot faster. It says, I don't believe in humans. Because maybe human is a myth. Framestar Films, peace, brother, peace. I love this picture right here. See, the back is like a mirror, but that's a pretty badass unicorn there. Both of the fairy kingdoms united. How about that? But you know what else is a really good book? If you guys ever get around to it, I talked about this before, but if you're serious about learning the deeper psychological levels of magic, and when I say deeper, I don't mean like super complex. I mean what lies beneath the surface. Because everyone wants to summon demons, right? Everyone wants to do the magical stuff, but there's a lot of psychology happening underneath that. Okay, this would be a great one to get. Lords of Light. I found myself flipping back through this for the past couple of days, just looking at what I highlighted, and there's some really cool random stuff here. Not random, but pieces of the science that you may not have thought to consider. So yeah, I'd highly recommend grabbing this one here if you don't have it already. It's not that thick, and it is an easy read. The way that Butler writes is very conversational. So I'm going to advertise this here. Make sure you pick this up from Amazon. It shouldn't be too expensive. Like I said, it's not too long, but this is going to be good to give a lot of background on the psychology of what's happening. What's going on, soldier? Sada Eject says that's crazy. I have that book. Yeah, tap into it. You know, just do one chapter at a time. Like I said, it's a pretty easy read. Okay. Queen Bee Coagula 1044 Tarot says, Travis, I'm just now getting into magic, but only for protection, which I really don't need, but it's a bit annoying, the projections and all. Yeah, I understand. And what you'll find is that the need for protection comes from an idea of fear, right? You fear that something is going to be harmed, right? Something is there to be protected. But as you learn more and more about the science, you'll find that you're actually not the physical body. And what you're actually fearing is pain of the physical body. But what you actually are cannot be harmed. It's literally indestructible. There's no fear for the true self. Once you get to know what the true self is, there's no fear. So keep learning and, study what catches your attention. But fear at all in any degree is unnecessary and incompatible with the higher levels of consciousness. Consciousness is a beautiful thing. One could say that consciousness is, or at least on this lower level that we are, one could say that consciousness is the experiencing of these data pieces connecting the dots, right? Because without consciousness, we look at the diagram, we have consciousness at the top and we have matter at the bottom, or energy. What we could consider energy and matter as is just pure data, right? Just pure information. Um, Solid, liquid, gas, fire, ether, all that is just data and behavior patterns of data. It's not alive. When we have at the extreme other end is consciousness, and consciousness is all of that life connected together. So when we talk about evolution of consciousness, when we talk about spiritual growth, what we're actually doing is connecting dots. What we're actually doing is taking data and synthesizing it so that it becomes alive. I mean, think about it. Not long ago, you were asleep. We all were asleep, right? We didn't know anything. We were just walking around, walking data, right? Eating, watching TV, making love, or crying about not being able to make love. But as we became more conscious, we began to see the patterns that were behind our behavior. That's why lately I've been stressing, take a look at yourself, take a look at your childhood memories, take a look at your family, take a look at all these layers of yourself. What I'm actually asking you to do is to recognize what consciousness is. Consciousness is the synthesis of that data. It's no coincidence that as you ascend in your self-awareness and you reach what's considered God, everything is connected, right? Everything is one, they say. That's the synthesis of the totality of all of the data. Alligator the Greater says, I haven't heard the yogis say anything about protection yet. Exactly. Because fear is non-existent in these levels. Non-existent. We Grow Natural says, you explained it well in your last video. So I'd recommend checking that out, Queen Bee. Yeah, life is good. Life is good. So even though I said I wasn't gonna stall too long, it's still getting close to 10 minutes. But yeah, just look at what everyone's saying here in the chat. All these people here have been studying and they have a very comprehensive idea of the content. So I mean, just take a look at what everyone's saying. Society Eject says there's no fear of death or birth for the true self, right? But yeah, life is good. Life is great. Straight Panther. Good evening, brother. Good evening. All right, so 10 minutes. Let's go ahead and start. Flip this camera around, and we're going to get to chapter 2. Good stuff. Good stuff. But yeah, as you begin to connect the dots with these patterns and more of this data becomes synthesized together, you're literally expanding your consciousness. You're literally expanding your capacity for consciousness. Okay? That's why I choose to study and read, because, as I said, literally what we're doing is expanding consciousness. You know, just to show a diagram, because I happen to like this whiteboard. We got consciousness at the top, which we also know as Shiva. And just studying Vedic science seems to make one have more of a propensity to understand deeper concepts, abstract concepts. But yeah, I hope you guys don't mind here. This is still related, but I just wanted to share this info. We got consciousness at the top end, and then we have energy or matter at the bottom. And that's what we call Shakti or Prakriti. But these are just the Sanskrit titles, right? The god and the goddess representing these two seeming polar opposites. They're actually different degrees of the same thing. And most of you guys know this already, but you know, it certainly helps to go over it again. Especially every time we go over it, there's new information added to it, which only deepens the understanding of it. But we're talking about raw data, not connected at all, right? And then we're talking about synthesized data. Let me know if that makes sense or not. And what's happening here is we begin as pure consciousness, pure soul. But as we enter into matter, as we enter into the incarnated, manifested dimension, we're becoming aware now of the raw data aspects. So in a way, we're zooming in. We're zooming in and becoming individualized. That's what happens in incarnation. Now, as we learn, as we grow, as we expand, we begin to collect more information, more data. And it's not necessarily the data that we're connecting. We're gaining an understanding of the patterns that animate life. And that's what spiritual growth actually is. So it may start out as random pieces of data, but what we find when we do meditations is that we encircle all that data and it becomes one thing. So now we know all these as the elements, as the tattvas. But if you keep that process going, you'll be able to understand more data and more data and more data until eventually you become this super wide circle that understands everything within it. That's getting closer and closer to ultimate consciousness. Undifferentiated consciousness is what the yoga texts call it. All right, so with that being said, let's dive in. (711), peace up, peace up. All right, so chapter 2. Chapter 2 is known as attaining the state of prajna, a sequential method. A sequential method, that sounds good. That means it's going to be a step-by-step process. So let's see exactly what the state of prajna is. Because I'm pretty positive that's the first time 99% of us here have heard that word. We Grow Natural says, got my notebook. Awesome. Awesome. You mean business. Get your highlighter out for those of you who got the physical copy. Okay, so attaining the state of prajna, a sequential method. Jnana yoga literally means yoga of knowledge. Jnana yoga literally means yoga of knowledge, though it is often translated as yoga of self-inquiry. In the system of yoga, 5 methods are considered important. First, hatha yoga for the body. Second, Raj yoga for the mind. Third, Bhakti yoga for the emotions. 4, Jnana yoga for cultivating inner wisdom. 5th, Karma yoga to improve interaction with the environment, society, and people. So there's the 5 different paths of yoga right there. Oh yeah. Nuru, peace and greetings, brother. MC Maestro, hello, peace, peace. Love you, man. So we got these different aspects of yoga that approach different angles of everyday living and also metaphysical living. So hatha yoga for the body, that's what everyone knows as yoga, the stretching and the poses and all that stuff. Raj yoga for the mind. Bhakti yoga for the emotions, that's the worship aspect. That's what you see Christians in church doing, or Muslims when they're doing their prayer consistently. That's called bhakti yoga. That's the yoga for the emotions. Jnana yoga, that's what we're doing here on my YouTube channel, cultivating inner wisdom. And then there's karma yoga, and this is what you're doing physically with your actions and your identification behind the actions. He says to improve interaction with the environment, society, and people. So these are 5 branches of yoga. It's more realistic that you'll probably be attracted to one more than the other, and you'll live that one out, but always keep into consideration the others. So these 5 yogas constitute the integral yoga of Swami Sivananda and Swami Satyananda. Of the 5, Jnana yoga is the least practiced, and Hatha yoga is the most practiced, right? Everyone knows about Hatha yoga. Hardly, if you ask any of those people that are doing yoga poses and stretches and running the yoga studios and selling the yoga courses, ask them about Jnana yoga, and they more than likely won't know what the hell you're talking about. Because like he says, Jnana yoga is the least practiced, Hatha yoga is the most practiced. Remember, yogis did not confine their attention only to the physical body or improvement of the quality of the physical dimension. They considered all the different aspects of human nature, character, and personality, which could be improved, sublimated, and transformed to become creative, positive, and beneficial to all concerned. So these yogis didn't just focus on the physical realm. They focused on the totality of the human experience, the totality of the aspect of the personality that could be improved and transformed into something positive, creative, and beneficial, not just the body or your physical environment. In this process, Jnana Yoga is considered an important aspect of analyzing life and making the attempt to change the perception and interaction of buddhi, the intelligent faculty, from the gross and material to the spiritual and positive. So remember last chapter he talked about 2 types of buddhi. The first type of higher intellect, the first type of buddhi, is identified and attached to the external world. It's identified and attached to sensory objects, such as the clothes that you wear, the food that you eat, cars driving on the road, or the car that you drive or wish that you drove. All these external things, that's lower mind, lower intellect. But there's a higher intellect that is going in the opposite direction. It's not focused on the external parts of the world, it's focused on the internal reality. It's focused on who are you actually, what are you actually, and the synthesis and the connection between what you consider yourself and those same sense objects. Lily June says no mention of Kundalini yoga. So yeah, like he said here, he said these 5 yogas constitute the integral yoga of Swami Sivananda and Swami Satyananda. So although there are technically 8 limbs, maybe even more, but mostly there's 8 limbs of yoga recognized, these two focused primarily on the 5 that were listed. Now Swami Satyananda does have a book on Kundalini Yoga, obviously, but between these two teachers, which were the teachers of this author, those were the 5 that they focus on. So that we're not talking about a value judgment of what is real and what is effective or not effective. He's just talking about what his teachers taught him. Got it? Good. Now, speaking of Buddhi, I'll draw this diagram as well. So we got Buddhi, which is the highest intellect, which is intuition, which is the higher self. I just mentioned there was a lower aspect, which mostly identifies with sense objects, and a higher aspect, which deals with that which is not manifested, the unmanifest, the soul dimension, right? The true self. That's your connection to your higher self. Ahamkara represents the ego, which is the quality of attaching to things and identifying yourself and saying, this is me, this is me, this is me. That's Ahamkara. And of course, we've got the aspect of Ch2, which is all expansive memory, not just your memory, but also the memory of your family, the memory of the human race, the memory of the earth, the memory of the universe. We pull from that storehouse of memory to create our experience. And then Manas is actually the physical human body, the human animal, right? This thing right here. It doesn't actually, it's literally just here as a vehicle. It doesn't even feel anything. All the feeling actually takes place in the etheric body. The etheric body detects input from the physical body. So if the physical body feels pain, well, what's actually happening is that the etheric body is feeling the pain, and it's converting the impulses into pain or pleasure. So pain or pleasure is actually felt in the etheric body, not the physical body. The physical body of Manas, it's literally just a vehicle and a tool to detect vibrations in the physical world. So the physical body, its only purpose here really is to be an anchor to interact with the physical plane. So everything you smell, taste, touch, hear, see, those are all types of vibrations. Sound is a type of vibration. Sight is a type of vibration. Manas is the physical body that interprets and receives those signals. Now, once those signals are received, Ahamkara does the job of sorting through Chitta, which is eternal memory, the storehouse of memory. Ahamkara sorts through that memory and starts making a story out of it. So for example, I'm burning right now my favorite scented oil, which is Fruit Loops, because it smells exactly like a bowl of Fruit Loops. Or as soon as you crack open the box, and rip open that bag and the smell comes out, it hits your nose. I like that smell a lot. So my physical nose sensors are smelling that scent. It doesn't give a damn about that. It just smells it. But my ego, Ahamkara, says, hey, I recognize that scent. I love it. But how does Ahamkara know that it loves the Fruity Pebble scent? Because it's sorting out through Chitta, which is known as the storehouse of memory. It's sorting out through the storehouse and remembering when I was a kid and I used to love that cereal. My parents bought me that big ass box of cornflakes. I didn't like it because it wasn't sweet. But every now and then they brought us a box of Fruity Pebbles and I got really excited. Or every now and then we might get the Fruit Loops and I got excited. So Ahamkara is going into my storehouse of memory and saying, hey, we love that smell. Get more of it. Now what lower Buddhi is saying, Fruity Pebbles is a good smell and it puts me in a good mood and it makes me feel good. That's what Buddhi is saying, lower Buddhi. Higher Buddhi says, you know what? All things are one. All things are external representations of the one. Higher Buddhi is saying, maybe, just maybe, I can use this scent as a tool to access something divine. Because obviously there's something divine behind that scent. That's why I love it. What if I were to meditate on the smell alone? What if I were able to penetrate the surface level of just something that smells good and see what's behind it that actually brings me joy? Buddhi says if we can use all of our five senses to tap into the essence of these expressions, maybe we can find reality behind it. Do y'all understand what I'm saying here? That's what this Antakarana is. Let me know if you get what I just said there. It makes sense to me, but I need to know if it is coming out clear to you. Antakarana. All right, so this is called the Antakarana. That's called the inner tool. This is literally your mind. This is the mind. All right, the Antakarana has four aspects: Buddhi, Ahamkara, Chitta, Manas. And I just went through it. The body with its five senses, the storehouse of memory, which is your personal memory, but also everybody's memory and everything's memory, depending on how deep you can go. Ahamkara is the ego aspect that selects what you like and what you don't like, and it identifies your personality as what it likes and don't like. And then Buddhi, we have a lower aspect, which is only paying attention to the external things, and it has a higher aspect, which has the potential to reach the soul. Clear? Good. See, one day, you guys are going to understand this content better than me and start teaching me a few things. MC Maestro says, I'm finishing the blue book as you're pulling out the whiteboard. Awesome. I'm telling you, that book changed my life, man. I hope that it does the same for you. All right, so yeah, I hope that came out clear, guys. Lily June says, oh, that explains why certain smells bring up childhood memories. Exactly. Because we made an attachment to it as children, and it's always there. It's always there. I showed a chart previously about the different layers of the mind, and that explains it. The childhood memories are stored in a certain layer, and it can be accessed in many different ways. Fun fact, when dealing with somebody who has childhood trauma, the trauma has to be healed at the childhood level. So if it happened while they were 8 years old, they have to have a solution for that year-old self, right? They're not going to be able to solve it as an adult because it didn't happen as an adult. You literally have to sit down and go back to that memory level of when you were a child, when it happened, and it has to be resolved at that level. That's why it's not enough to just simply say, oh, I'm healthy, wealthy, and wise. You have to actually prove it to the subconscious mind. What you got tonight, soldier?
Lasagna.
Lasagna?
Spinach, chicken, stuff like that.
Cool.
And some wine.
And some wine? Right on. Right on. Okay. We Grow Natural says, wrote it all down. Awesome. Awesome. Keep meditating on it. I'm still meditating on all these things, and I'm constantly pulling out new information. Holy cow. I got something that I'm only going to share with my class tomorrow, but I'll give you guys a hint if you are able to research it. I want you to find the connection between the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram and the entity known as Brahman. I want you to connect those dots. Society Eject says, yep, that's the first thing they do in therapy, take you back down memory lane as a child. Yeah, it's very interesting. I love therapy. I love psychology. I mean, even when you ever dealt with somebody who is in a state of trauma and they can only repeat certain things, like, say, for example, I mean, this is kind of cheap, but, say they might have insomnia because of a traumatic event, but they can't remember what happened. And you try to ask them to describe what happened. Now, if they were to say, oh, I can't get into REM sleep, that's an adult thing. An adult would say that, right? You can't, that's not a childhood trauma. Pay attention to the words that we use. That indicates what's going on. If I say, oh, I can't get into REM sleep, that's something an adult would say. So that's not childhood trauma. But if they say something that goes into a metaphor, right? Something like, I just can't seem to turn the light switch off in my head. That sounds something that potentially a child would say, right? Because it's in a metaphor, it's not really in a higher logical explanation. So let's listen close to the things that we say when we talk to ourselves or to others. Sometimes, if we're using metaphors to describe something, it's because that came from a childhood level. Because it's not that we can't say it in clear words, it's easier for us to express it through metaphor. That's usually an indication that it's something that started at a childhood level. And if you really were to take that person back, you can understand that whatever happened to them in the past that causes them to have insomnia, the last thing that they remembered, as far as the last point of them actually having power over the situation, was being able to turn off the light switch, right? Because every kid can get up and turn the light switch off before going to sleep. That was the last thing that they had power over. So something happened right after that that made them feel powerless, and now they can't turn the light off. They can't go to sleep because some type of trauma is preventing them from doing so. But that's completely off the subject. Let's keep going. Buddhi, a special endowment. Just one more time. Remember, Buddhi represents the higher intellect. Buddhi translates to both intelligence and intellect, depending on the context. The two words, however, do not define the actual meaning of Buddhi. The literal meaning of Buddhi is the faculty which knows and realizes. The faculty which knows and realizes. It is the faculty of observation. Buddhi is an aspect of consciousness. In yoga, consciousness is divided into four parts: manas, buddhi, chitta, and ahamkara. That's what I just wrote down. Hopefully you wrote it down if you haven't already. So he's going to get into exactly what these things mean. Ajna says, Jai-Ho, Bihar School of Yoga is real deal. Yes, yes it is. Matt Brown says, what up, bro? I appreciate your work. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. So let's talk about this Antakarana. That's what I just went over on the whiteboard, the four aspects of the personality, and I broke down exactly what they do. Let's see what the good Swami has to say about this. So, Ahamkara, the ego identity, is very subtle. It is remote, distant in the background. It's a background process, yet exerts a very powerful influence on human life in creating self-identity and self-image. Less subtle than it is Chitta, the storehouse of memories, samskaras, and karmas. Okay, so it's the storehouse of memories, the storehouse of samskaras, which are deep subconscious impressions that influence your everyday behavior, right? If my third grade teacher called me stupid, and like I said before, if I never healed from that, that causes a samskara. So now I have a complex. If anyone were to call me stupid, or if any indication of my intelligence being insulted, that would cause a big deal for me. That's a samskara, okay? So those deep subconscious impressions, those are samskaras. And karmas, right? Karmas are also related to samskaras, because those same seeds that were planted in the subconscious continue to sprout and grow effects in your day-to-day life. That's what the karma is. The expression of causes that were planted before. Matthew Watson, peace, brother, peace. So that's Chitta, the storehouse of memories, samskaras, and karmas. Manas, finite mind, and Buddhi are two gross faculties, as they are interactive in the world of senses. So what he's saying here is, Manas and Buddhi are aspects of gross mind, finite mind, right? They're the gross faculties. Why? Because they interact with the world of senses. These two do not necessarily interact with the world of senses directly. Remember, Chitta is the storehouse of all memory, but also the storehouse of samskaras and karmas. I mean, where else can samskaras and karmas exist? Except in the Chitta, in the mind stuff, in the etheric plane, in Yesod. My Kabbalistic people, that's a hint. And then Ahamkara, he said, that's a background program. This is actually subtle, happening in the background. Ego. So everyone talking about you got to dissolve the ego and get rid of the ego, da 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 da. Well, that's the least easy task that you can ask someone to do, because you can't even point to it. Most of the time, it's undetected and you don't even realize that what you're saying is coming up out of ego. So it's not about dissolving the ego. It's about putting everything in its proper place. It's about balance. It's about harmony. But I wanted to indicate that even though this is the highest aspect of mind, these two are considered part of the finite mind because they interact with the five senses. Now, something really cool to consider. I don't have the book on me, but in Mantra and Yantra, he talks about how MC Maestro, if you're still in the chat, you might remember off of your head, or at least what page it was on. But he says that it's mantra that affects Buddhi and Manas, and it's yantra that affects Ahamkara and Chitta. Well, that might give us an explanation as to why he said that, because Buddhi and Manas interact with the five senses in the physical plane, where Ahamkara and Chitta, this represents the subjective plane. Objective, subjective. Chitta, memory, and ego, that's happening internally. That's not happening outside. Buddhi and Manas, these are happening outside. So mantra helps to balance one, yantra helps to balance the other. And if you guys can't find what page that's on in mantra and yantra, then I might have to go grab my book to see. Does anybody remember when he mentioned that? I believe it was in chapter 3. All right, well, I'll figure that out. Okay, so good information. Manas, finite mind, and Buddhi are the two gross faculties as they are interactive in the world of senses. They allow one to interact with the environment, connect with the senses and sense objects, experience the effects of one's interaction with the world in the form of pleasure and happiness, pain and suffering, contentment and discontentment. Thus, Manas and Buddhi are the gross interactive aspects of the dimension of consciousness, whereas Chitta and Ahamkara remain subtle. Makes sense now. See, we know about the four aspects, but now we're getting a deeper understanding of them. Okay, Manas and Buddhi, they are the gross interactive aspects. You might want to highlight that for a consideration. Manas and Buddhi are the gross interactive aspects of what? Of the dimension of consciousness. Whereas Chitta and Ahamkara, right, memory and ego, I say write this down so that you can understand what these words mean. We're looking at words from a different language. So of course, it's not going to be easy to remember off the top of your head. I only remember because I've been reading these books for probably 2 years now. But for someone who's just now hearing this stuff, please write down the words, write down the chart that I did, right? The four aspects of the mind, Antakarana, Buddhi, Ahamkara, Chitta, Manas. What do they mean? Manas represents the physical body. Chitta represents memory. Ahamkara represents ego. Buddhi represents high intellect. And not just high intellect as far as logic, but seeing the connection between different things. Abstract mind. We Grow Natural says, as we go over this, it is becoming familiar. Awesome, awesome. Repetition helps. So let's get back to Buddhi. Buddhi is the main component in providing an understanding of the world and oneself. It is a faculty which only human beings are endowed with. No other sentient being on this planet has this capacity. You know that you live. You know that you exist. You are aware of that idea, state, and thought, which provides you the knowledge that you are living. That is a result or expression of buddhi in relation to total life, self-identity, and self-image. Buddhi has been divided into two categories from the yogic perspective: external buddhi and internal buddhi. People train their buddhi to always be external and extroverted. They do not train it to realize the inner dimension of life. Remember what he said in the last chapter about the internal buddhi and the external buddhi, right? High buddhi, low buddhi. Once again, for a basic definition, he says buddhi translates to both intelligence and intellect, depending on the context. However, those two words do not define the actual meaning of buddhi. The literal meaning of buddhi is the faculty which knows and realizes. So that's what I mean, connecting the dots. The faculty which knows and realizes. That's why it is our key to attaining higher consciousness, because higher consciousness is the synthesis of all data. When you talk about the all and God and the one, we're talking about a level of awareness that has synthesized all possible data. The capacity to synthesize that data is what we know of as buddhi. Now, what he says here also is that most people train their buddhi to always be external and extroverted. That in itself, by itself, makes your capacity limited. Because when we're dealing with external things, we're dealing with our interpretation of it. And our interpretation of something is limited to what we already have access to in our memory. You see how that works? So when he talks about internal buddhi, we're getting into seeing beyond the surface level of this data and understanding the connection between the different parts of data. Ben12345 says, just imagine you stood in a lab coat pointing to a whiteboard with a pic of a booty describing it. Yeah. I like that that's the word for the higher self, for the capacity of the higher self. It really kind of separates, because, some people cannot hear that word and then take it seriously. Whereas others, we can kind of understand that, yes, it sounds funny, but there's also more to it. Separate the wheat from the chaff, as the Bible says. Oh, great. Ajna, thank you so much. The actual quote from the book that I was looking for, Ajna has posted. It says, mantras act at the level of manas and buddhi and open the lock of Ch2 and ahamkara. Manas and buddhi are the areas of mantra, and to explore the realms of Ch2 and ahamkara, you need yantra. Thank you so much. That's exactly what I was looking for. So just like what he said in that book, and if you could, Ajna, please tell me what page that was on. Page 56, Mantra Natra. Thank you. Appreciate that. You went above and beyond typing all that out. So like what he was saying there, mantras are actually gross and physical and dense, right? Because you have to actually vibrate them on a level that has to be realized by the five senses. So it only makes sense that because mantras are vibrated either through your own voice or through the speakers that you're listening to, it only makes sense that they would affect manas and buddhi. Because like he said here, manas and buddhi are the gross interactive aspects of the dimension of consciousness. But yantras, however, are subtle. Yantras are subjective. Yantras, yes, we see them with our eyes, but we're really supposed to see them inside our third eye, so to speak. And he says here, Ch2 and ahamkara remain subtle. It just makes sense. Lily June says, I actually am going to get the book. This is intense. Just started tuning in a couple days ago. Oh, you're on a fast track. I'm definitely going to help get you past a lot of the BS. If that's what you want. Kevin Wise, peace, brother. Peace. Good to see you. Ben says you should know it's always both. Oh yeah, man. That wasn't directed at you. But that did come right after I read your comment so I can see. But it wasn't directed at you, no. Junkyard Jedi 77 says I'm still learning about samskaras. Yeah. Yeah. So again, we used to listen to Brother Panic and how he would talk about that the subconscious mind is affected by repetition, symbols, and trauma. And I think a better word for trauma would be an emotional spike. An even better word for that would be a samskara, really. But it's basically a intense impression left in the subconscious mind. That's what the samskaras are. Ajna continues with the quote. He says, "You can't do mental repetition of mantra, though manasik japa, but it will lead you beyond manas and buddhi, and then you need the yantra." Or rather, you can do mental repetition of mantra through the manasik japa, but it will lead you beyond manas and buddhi. Yes, yes, yes. Good stuff. I appreciate you guys. See, you're listening and you're contributing. This is exactly what I said in the beginning. Cool beans. I love it. Let's continue the lesson. By the way, we got 32 people in the building and only 26 likes. If you haven't slapped that like button like Will Smith did to Chris Rock, please proceed to do so, or else Jada Pinkett Smith will be giving you the evil eye. Oh, yo, yo. Okay, so let's continue. Buddhi has been divided into two categories from the yogic perspective: external buddhi and internal buddhi. People train their buddhi to always be external and extroverted. They do not train it to realize the inner dimension of life. Right from the beginning of education in primary class to its completion with the acquisition of a university degree, buddhi is trained to express itself only in the outer dimension. The faculty of knowing is applied only outwards. So that should give you another explanation of the function of buddhi. Because these words are from another language, we can't exactly give it one straightforward definition. We have to explain these things through examples and through different angles, right? So he says that buddhi is not simply intellect and intelligence. A closer definition would be the faculty which knows and realizes. And what he's talking about here, it's not something that you only use because you learn about yoga. This is a part of everybody. Now, everybody is trained to use buddhi on the external world, right? When we go to school all the way till we finish college, buddhi is trained to express itself only in the outer dimension. We're only trained to express our intellect in the external reality. But we don't realize that we can also train that. Great. You can also train that buddhi to, I got to emphasize the H so I don't say booty. Got to train that buddhi to be focused internally so that you can learn about yourself and your inner workings, right? Lord Jesus, help me be able to say buddhi without laughing. Ay, ay, ay. I'm trying, white Jesus, I'm trying. Let us continue. Good coffee. Help him, baby Jesus. Ashna says, much love. I'm really grateful somebody like you reading and teaching through these books on this platform. I'm very close to Bihar School of Yoga myself. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, since I first started studying these books, I have not left them. Somebody introduced me to Dharana Darshan, and it was a wrap. It was a wrap. Attaining luminosity of buddhi. I mean, who doesn't want a shining buddhi? Man, so y'all, let's stick with it. When buddhi is extroverted, it is colored by tamo guna and rajo guna. You guys remember about the gunas, right? Tamas, rajas, and sattva. Tamas represents the function of decay and stagnation and inertia. Rajas is the opposite. It represents stimulation, activity, agitation, movement. And then, of course, sattva is balance, harmony, stillness. So when we talk about extroverted buddhi, I suppose I'll draw a chart because, you know, might as well use it. You can look, but you better not touch. Poison ivy, poison ivy. Gunas. So we got these gunas here, right? Maybe I've got to turn this thing around a little bit more. Yeah, that looks about right. So the gunas. We've got tamas, rajas, and sattva. Now, let's see. Praying Mantis, peace, peace. Praying Mantis says, glad to catch you live. I missed a couple of lives recently. All good, all good. So when we think about tamas, we're thinking about, like I said, inertia, decay, depression, stagnation, death, very stiff, solid, and not going anywhere. Now, rajas would be the opposite. Rajas is very agitated, very anxious, very full of life and movement, paranoia. It's just going everywhere. It's not necessarily good and bad, it's just directions of energy, right? So tamas is leading towards death, decay, and obliteration. Rajas is very excited, going every which way, ADHD style. Now, sattva, on the other hand, is the harmonized aspect. We could look at the title God, G-O-D, and we could see generator, operator, destroyer. You see a trinity of the gods and the goddesses. This is also what that represents. Anything with threes in the spiritual dimension is going to relate to these three functions. Just like you'll see Shiva, Brahman, and what is it, Indra? But definitely you'll see Durga, you'll see Saraswati, and you'll see Lakshmi, right? All these threes are going to point to a function of the gunas. Now, what he's saying here in I'll come back to this, but let's continue the chapter because just see as a quick reminder, all of these aspects of the mind, can function in one of these three ways. So what he's talking about right now is that buddhi can function tamasically. It can also function rajasically. It can also function in a sattvic aspect. Oh yeah. Lily June says, did Buddhism stem from buddhi? So Buddhism does stem from Samkhya, which is what this philosophy is based on. And I imagine that the beginning root word, Bud, it does have a similarity of origin. Bud it points to like guru or enlightened one. So yeah, there are similarities there. Stray Panther says, breathe, Trav, compose. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit excited and ahead of myself. Also, I don't think I drank coffee in like 5 days, so I think that's why I am going so fast. Ashna says, oh, nice collection there. Sri Vishnana Bhairava and Dharana Darshan are awesome, and they go so deep. Yes. Grabbing one of those and going through the practices for a while will take anyone very far. Absolutely. Especially Dharana Darshan alone. Lillian says Buddhism is the spiritual practice of Buddhi. Yeah, I can see that. Ooh. Okay, so Ajna says Buddhism comes from Buddha, which is a term for someone who has attained a luminous Buddhi. Right. That's what we're getting into, right? Okay, so when Buddhi is extroverted, it is colored by Tamoguna and Rajoguna. So when Buddhi is extroverted, it is colored by Tamoguna and Rajoguna. You get that? When it's extroverted. So naturally, you know what he's going to say. When it's introverted, we're dealing with the sattvic aspect. All three gunas, sattva meaning purity, rajas meaning dynamism, and tamas meaning stagnancy, exist in Buddhi. So the potential for all three exist within this function of Buddhi. All three exist. Tamas, which is inertia, stagnation, or as he puts it, tamas represents stagnancy. So stagnancy, there's the potential for stagnant Buddhi. There's a potential for the dynamic Buddhi, right? And there's the potential for the pure Buddhi. All those exist within yourself, but it's up to how you utilize it. Depends on which one is going to be expressed. Makes sense? I think so. Coriander says it's pronounced Bo, as in Bo Jackson, and D, as in D Reynolds. Okay, cool. Bodhi. Yeah, like Bodhisattva. I can dig it. Lily June says, a luminous Buddhi, eh? I did polish the inner mirror with that 10-year practice of Buddhism. Nice. That's definitely a strong foundation right there. Bodhi. Let's see if I can update my habit there. I don't know, I got kind of used to saying booty. Every time you say booty, it makes your teeth whiter. However, the predominance is of tamas and rajas in the extroverted state. Okay, the predominance is of tamas and rajas in the extroverted state, while sattva is relegated to the background. When bodhi is influenced by tamas and rajas, its expressions also contain the shades of these gunas. That is what is experienced in normal life. Your buddhi is colored by shades of tamas and rajas. Therefore, your mental behavior is self-oriented. Your thoughts, expectations, and desires are self-oriented. Everything is for your own self. There is no selfless expression or behavior in life when there is tamas and rajas. Selfless behavior arises only when sattva becomes predominant. That's key right there, because as he said here, every aspect of mind can be colored by one of these potentialities. And what he just said there specifically is there is no selfless expression or behavior in life when there is tamas and rajas. Selfless behavior arises only when sattva becomes predominant. Doesn't that make sense? Maximilian, peace. your thing. Do what you want to do. Okay, so yeah, I appreciate your suggestion, Coriander. Don't get offended. So there's no selfless expression or behavior in life when there is tamas and rajas. Selfless behavior arises only when sattva becomes predominant. While selfish behavior is the result of the predominance of tamas and rajas, it is this selfishness which kills peace of mind and the harmonious state of mind by giving birth to different desires, thoughts, expectations, and needs, which may be real or which may be the expression of an ambition. The tamasic buddhi has to be converted into sattvic buddhi, where the luminosity of intelligence attains its peak. So when the buddhi is converted into the sattvic aspect, that's where the luminosity of intelligence attains its peak. So in other words, we talk about enlightenment. It's not going to happen when that higher self, or when that capacity to connect the dots, it's not going to happen when that's operating tamasically or rajasically. It can only be under the sattvic aspect. And Ajna does make a good point. He says you need rajas to move from tamas to sattva, right? Because tamasic is leading into decay, stagnation, and eventually non-existence. Whereas rajas, at least it's not the perfect state, but at least through rajas you can attain sattva. The same way that you can't get rid of desire, right? At least not just by will. We all have desires and wants and needs. But the thing is to convert the desires into sattvic desires, right? So life is not about eliminating or destroying or getting rid of parts of yourself. It's about converting them into the harmonized aspects, right? Even when it comes to like demons and evil spirits and things like that. Nowhere in this Bible does it talk about destroying demons. Nowhere does it talk about fighting and beating and destroying demons. That's some human stuff. What Christ actually says is, I give you power over these spirits. I give you dominion, right? It's actually talking about balancing these forces, aligning these forces so that they don't work against you. So having desire is not bad. Having an ego is not bad. Nothing about yourself is bad. There's harmony and there's disharmony. You want every aspect of yourself to be in operation of a state of harmony, balance, right? Once you do that, it doesn't matter what kind of action or beliefs you have, because as long as there's balance, you can make it work. Or rather, it will work by itself. So it is the selfishness which kills peace of mind and the harmonious state of mind by giving birth to different desires, thoughts, expectations, and needs, which may be real or which may be the expression of an ambition. The tamasic buddhi has to be converted into sattvic buddhi, where the luminosity of intelligence attains its peak. Right now, the luminosity of your intelligence is not at its peak. That is the process of Jnana Yoga, cultivating the quality of buddhi by stopping the natural flow of buddhi towards sense objects and sense enjoyment and redirecting it inwards, making it internalized. So here's why we even practice this science, because in your natural nature, the autopilot aspect of self, right? It wants to be stagnant. It wants to rest. It wants to sleep. It wants to be identified with your environment. You ever notice if you don't pay attention? I've noticed this for myself. If you don't pay attention to what you're doing, you start to form patterns. You start to form patterns every day. You wake up, you do the same, like you might wake up, you might go pee, then make your coffee, or rather, before you get out of bed, you might check your Facebook. then go pee, then make your coffee, breakfast maybe, take a shower, go to work, walk the same path through work, you know. We get into these patterns and we get locked into them, and before we know it, they become concreted. They become calcified. You might even start feeling uncomfortable if you don't do your pattern. Now, if it's not done on purpose, then it starts to gravitate more towards the tamasic aspect, right? Most everything I do is a pattern, but it's a pattern of design, right? You might notice that when you watch these book readings, it starts off with this flashing unicorn in a certain color, and me saying something in my room, then coming out, going into the kitchen to grab a drink, then coming over here. That's a pattern of design. But for the most part, we construct patterns that are not of design, but of autopilot. And we can easily become locked into those if we're not careful. So that's the natural gravitation of mind, is to develop patterns. But what we want to make sure that we do is that we start developing patterns that lead us inward and not outward. We want to make sure that we're developing patterns that allow us to maintain a clear vision of ourselves. Because otherwise we start becoming identified with those patterns, right? We start becoming identified with the external patterns that we lock ourselves into. And that's not growth. That's actually going closer to decay. Oh yeah. Higher understanding, peace. I love it. Meta Netta, peace. Billy June, it was 333. Yeah, with 33 people in the chat. That's cool. Okay, so yeah. Let me know if you guys are with me still. Let's keep going. So yeah, that's the process of Jnana Yoga. That's why we're reading this book. Because cultivating the quality of buddhi by stopping the natural flow of buddhi towards sense objects and sense enjoyment and redirecting it inwards, making it internalized. Now, when we say go within, what are we talking about? What does it mean to go within? Does it mean to close your eyes and just feel good? No, go within means use that faculty, right? What did he call buddhi? Use that faculty which knows and realizes. Take that tool and analyze the self, analyze the mind, analyze the process, analyze the body, analyze every aspect of who and what you consider yourself to be. That's going within. Not imagining spirits floating around you, but an analysis, self-inquiry. Know thyself. That's what Jnana Yoga is about. Know thyself. Not know the external world. Know thyself. Continuing. When buddhi is dealing with the world, it does not experience peace. Every human being undertakes a twofold search, external and internal. In the external dimension, you search for pleasure, comfort, and prosperity. This is the external effort. In the internal dimension, you search for peace and balance so that you do not become disturbed or agitated. I like that. I don't know why I didn't highlight it. In the internal dimension, you search for peace and balance so that you do not become disturbed or agitated. Check that out. And then look at what he said about the external. In the external dimension, you search for pleasure, comfort, and prosperity. This is the external effort. That reminds me of the Goetia. In the beginning stages, everyone wants what? Everyone is trying to summon spirits to get pleasure, Sitri, comfort, and prosperity. And at worst, we're trying to hex people, curse people, and damage other people. That shows a mind focused on the external dimension. And that's why that stuff is not sustainable, because you will not find harmony there. The fact that you're trying to do rituals to get prosperity means that you don't believe that prosperity is natural to you. Trying to use spirits to get pleasure shows that you cannot create pleasure within for yourself. You have to have something external to do that for you. I would not ever put that much faith and power in the external world again. But he says here, the flip is in the internal dimension, you search for peace and balance so that you do not become disturbed or agitated. How many of y'all have moved from trying to summon spirits to get things to now doing this practice so that you can have more peace, so that you can have more balance, and so that you don't be disturbed or agitated, right? How many of us have moved from trying to get stuff to searching for peace and balance, right? I worked with all the 72. I worked with all kinds of spirits, trying to get money, trying to get girls, trying to get stuff. But you know what? I found happiness when I started looking for peace and balance and learning how to become not disturbed. Golly, I would much rather have that than constantly trying to summon demons for money and women and all kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people still ask, well, Trav, you used to talk about the demons. How come you talk about Goetia no more? I mean, I still do, but it's not going to be in the language you want to hear. And MC Maestro says something key. And the stuff that you were searching for externally comes when you balance the internal. Exactly. That's what I mean. Like, by looking for prosperity, you're acknowledging to yourself that you are not naturally prosperous. But when you have peace and balance, you start to understand and realize that prosperity is nature. Nature is prosperity. So you don't have to ask for it. You just align yourself with it. Nature is based on patterns. So when you begin living within the pattern, because remember I talked about we start making patterns and live out those patterns. When you start living out the pattern of prosperity, the natural result is prosperity manifest. You get that? So when you talk about money rituals, I'm not saying don't do them. I'm talking about the mindset behind it. When you do money rituals and you're begging, oh Lord, I need $1,000 to pay my rent. You know what I'm saying? That's not the same as understanding that you have access to everything that you need, right? And then doing the ritual, knowing that you already have access. Doing the ritual is just the icing on the cake. You already recognize that it's coming to you, right? There's a difference in mindset. So I'm not saying that working with the spirits is a bad thing. I'm not saying that doing spells and rituals is a bad thing. I'm talking about the mindset behind it. But you're gonna check yourself before you wreck yourself. Stray Panther 79 says Henry David Thoreau wrote a book about breaking behavior patterns and habits. That name sounds familiar. Could you post the title in the chat? Who Loves Orange Soda says never too much peace. Alligator the Greater says hand raise me. Moby says that's me now. I've moved on from that old spell stuff. Right. Ajna says Goetia will help with sadhana as well. Absolutely. And training purification of the mental processes will help with ritual work. Right. 711 says peace over everything. Never too much. Metanetta says, ultimately, I want to be unbothered. Man. Peace, I think, was the greatest thing that I have invoked from this magic. Peace is the greatest thing I invoked from this magic. No amount of money, no amount of breastises, no amount of things have equaled to the beauty of the peace that I have invoked in my life. Because stressing out and worrying about this, that, and the third, and running behind people and all that stuff, man, y'all can keep that. Drama, always having some kind of drama, man. Nope. Let me chill. Let me sleep when I want to, eat what I want, read and study as much as I want, without having to answer to anybody or having nobody, cause me trouble. Keep all that. All right, let's keep going, because I think y'all get the picture. Uh-oh. Society Eject says, yep, this information you're reading is showing people how to work with the spirits and the Goetia. They just have to listen. Exactly. All 5 of these books are going to show you truly how to have successful spiritual practice. From the passive poverty and nivritti to karma yoga to mantra and yantra, Jnana yoga, and then Samkhya Darshan. If you've listened to these books and you've read them, studied them, and get the picture, you don't need to pay for nobody to do no kind of spiritual services for you. You don't need to buy no readings. You don't need to hire somebody to summon nothing for you. And honestly, you won't even have a need for any of that stuff because you're going to be so balanced and harmonized. But let's get back to it. Society Eject says Philippians 4 and 7. And the peace of God, which passeth all understanding, shall keep your hearts and minds through Christ Jesus. Hell yeah. Lord, keep me juicy. Alligator the Greater says, I'm still waiting on that Descent book to be delivered. Oh yeah, it's a good one. See how thick this thing is? Jeez Louise. But yeah, she really does give some excellent breakdowns on each sloka. For real, for real. Aww. If y'all have the time, like in between studying this stuff, also look into these deities, right? Please look into Durga, Lakshmi, and Saraswati. Please look into the symbolism behind them. Like I said before, look into Brahman, and I challenge you to find the connection between the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. That's only going to step your game up so high. For those of you in the Inner Light Activation System class, we're going to talk about that tomorrow night. But look into these deities, look into Shiva, look into his different incarnations, and you'll start to see how this relates to yourself. Okay, let's keep going. Scarface, peace. Scarface says, appreciate Trav, stay true, stay up. Thank you, sir. Ben12345 says, what's your favorite alcoholic drink or spirit to work with? I don't have it anymore. Alicia M says, my Descent book came packed with a very strong scent of, I guess, is Indian spices. Oh, yes. I love when they come perfumed like that. In my imagination, I pretend that they do that only for me. But yeah, some of these books I have are still perfumed. I imagine that they do a little mantra and prayer over it before they send it out, which is pretty dang awesome. Okay. So, in the internal dimension, you search for peace and balance so that you do not become disturbed or agitated. However, the buddhi that you use for both searches is the externalized buddhi, which connects you with the world. You want to travel inwards through the medium of this buddhi, and that is not possible. The extroverted buddhi again and again draws your mind, consciousness, and concentration outwards. It has not been trained to become internalized. The education that it receives certainly develops it, but only in relation to the external world. Totally involved as it is with the world, it cannot have the awareness, wisdom, or understanding to travel on the internal path. Therefore, even for Jnana Yoga, one needs training. It'd be helpful if you highlight the passages that I highlight, or at least highlight the things that stand out to you. Because these types of books you're going to be coming back to again and again. And when you highlight something, it helps to direct your eyes and your attention to the line that you thought was important, and that's going to help to bring back the thoughts you were thinking or the realization you had when you first read that line. So I highly encourage highlighting these books. Okay. Okay, Straight Panther 79 says, I can't remember the actual name of the book. I read it in high school. I do think it's part of his transcendental works. Okay, yeah, I'll have to look into it because I can't remember it either. Culmination of human experience, Mahavakyas. The sages say that Jnana Yoga marks the beginning of the process of contemplation of the self, and they have given 4 statements, or Mahavakyas, to contemplate upon. They have said that if you contemplate statements, gradually you will be able to know your real nature. However, the requirement is contemplation, which is possible only if the thought process remains focused. So the prerequisite here of contemplation is focus. Focus. So we talked about those four statements, which we mentioned before. The four statements, if you don't remember, were: I am the higher consciousness. You are that. My soul is the higher consciousness. Brahman is knowledge and realization. Those are the four statements in the Vedas, which constitute the foundation of Jnana Yoga from the Vedic perspective. Those four statements. That's the Vedic foundation of Jnana Yoga. Okay? The Vedic foundation of Jnana Yoga is four statements. Number one, I am the higher consciousness. Number two, you are that. Number three, my soul is the higher consciousness. Number four, Brahman is knowledge and realization. So, those are the four statements, okay? They have given four statements to contemplate upon. So those four statements are meant to be contemplated upon when we're dealing with Jnana Yoga. And what he says about contemplation is the requirement is contemplation, which is possible only if the thought process remains focused. Focus is very important here. When sitting in meditation and contemplating those four statements one at a time, you've got to remain focused on them for an extended amount of time. In last night's meditation, I decided to, my meditation was on Durga and communion with Durga. And in the palm of her hand, her open hand, was the Om Sanskrit letter. And that became the focus of my meditation. And I had to hold that image for 30 minutes, straight in the front of my eye. Now, of course, the mind wants to wander off and think about other things. But like he says here, the requirement is contemplation, which is possible only if the thought process remains focused. So we've got to train ourselves to remain focused on one concept for an extended amount of time. That equates to power if you're able to do that. Now, what happens with practice? Don't beat yourself up if you're not able to do it for long. Just like lifting weights at the gym, gradually increase your load. Try it for 3 minutes. Push yourself to 5 minutes. Push yourself to 7 minutes. Push yourself to 10 minutes. At every session that you sit down, try to sit a few seconds longer or a minute longer. And what you're going to find is that becomes a muscle, a skill. That becomes a tool. And you'll find that it will spill over into your everyday life. You're going to be able to do certain things with better efficiency because you're training yourself how to focus. We Grow Natural says this helps you focus on certain areas of yourself that you may need to work on. This helps a lot. Keep practicing. Absolutely. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Practice, practice, practice. I mean, you do it all the time, right? When you sit down and watch Netflix or you play your video game or, you're chit-chatting with your best friend, you're focusing on the conversation. You're focusing on the movie, the show. You're focused on the game. So why not take that same externalized buddhi, right? Because let's bring it to home. That's what that is. That external buddhi, that's you focused on the show. That's you binge watching the series and getting very caught up in the drama of the show, right? That's external buddhi. Now, what happens if you were to turn it inwardly, right? You can do it. So I don't believe that anyone is incapable of meditation. You can do it. It's just you have to find out where you're already doing it and take that same skill and teach yourself. Star Stepper asks, who is this book by? This book is by Swami Niranjan Ananda Saraswati. Swami Niranjan Ananda Saraswati. Matthew Watson says, just got back from the practice. Catheric catalysis popping. Awesome, bro. Awesome. Cool. So the first requirement of thinking and let's go back. An average person's thought process is never focused at one point. Right? How scattered are we on a daily basis? The restless nature of the mind becomes a hindrance in the steadiness of the thought process. The first requirement of thinking and contemplation is a quiet and steady mind. Please highlight that. Please highlight that or write it down. The first requirement of thinking and contemplation is a quiet and steady mind. That's important. Very important. Ben12345 asks, could we gradually progress on multiple levels in different areas, living present and releasing certain memories and mutually changing perspective? Absolutely. And that is actually what we are doing with these practices. That's actually what we are doing. By using mantra and yantra and meditative practices, you are progressing yourself on multiple levels in different areas, right? Not just the physical plane, not just the etheric, not just the astral, not just the mental, not just the causal. You're affecting all these different planes with certain meditative practices, like this one especially, taught with Ch2. But yeah, that's exactly what you're doing. Living present, right? Learning how to be in the moment. And you say releasing memories. I would even go on to say releasing your attachment to those memories, because the memories are always going to be there in the plane of the subconscious mind or yasad or the etheric plane. The memories will always be there, but it's your attachment and interpretation of the memories that either causes a hindrance or a help. So again, in the meditative practices, you begin to learn non-attachment, which means you begin to learn to have these memories in a way that do not negatively affect your experience. Ajna says, imagination directed creates experience. Absolutely. So again, highlight this, please. Write it down. The first requirement of thinking and contemplation is a quiet and steady mind. It is only when the mind becomes still and steady that the number of thoughts and desires reduce. There is freedom from attachment with sense objects, and one becomes established in oneself. When one becomes established in oneself, the process of Jnana Yoga begins. That's when it begins. It doesn't begin when we start reading this book. Jnana Yoga begins when one becomes established in oneself. What's that about being established in yourself? He says it is only when the mind becomes still and steady that the number of thoughts and desires reduce. The number of thoughts and desires begin to reduce. And when that happens, he says there's a freedom from attachment with sense objects, right? Then what's he say? When that happens, one becomes established in oneself. That's when Jnana Yoga starts. When your mind becomes still and steady, when the number of thoughts and desires reduce, and freedom from attachment with sense objects becomes the experience. So peace is naturally happening from this. Balance is naturally happening from this. Thus, although Jnana Yoga has been defined as yoga of self-inquiry or questioning, I differ from this view. It is not the yoga of inquiry or questioning. It is the yoga of realizing what you truly are, right? Know thyself. The Mahavakyas, remember those four statements? Those four statements being, I am the higher consciousness, you are that, my soul is the higher consciousness, Brahman is knowledge and realization. He says the Mahavakyas of the four Vedas are indicative of this. Each Veda has picked up a theme in its statement, which represents the final stage of human experience. Not the world, not the senses, but the total human experience. Man, listen. It is necessary to understand the meaning of the Mahavakyas in the context of your life, not life in general. Oh, we must all become one. No, how does this relate in the context of your life specifically? You got to make this stuff apply to you. That's why I do try to give examples, not to talk about myself, but to try to illustrate that the understanding of this stuff must be applied in your daily life, right? So the first Mahavakya, which allows you to establish yourself in Jnana Yoga, is Prajnam Brahman. It means consciousness is Brahman. That's the first statement. The word Brahman is often equated with God, but in the spiritual traditions of India, not the religious traditions, spiritual traditions, the idea and concept of God is not God with form, but God with specific qualities and attributes. God is neither formless nor with form. Those are individual interpretations, projections, thoughts, ideas, and experiences. According to the spiritual traditions of India, God represents specific defined qualities which are cosmic in nature, the quality of evolving consciousness and evolving energy in coexistence. Highlight that and think about it. According to the spiritual traditions of India, God represents specific, defined qualities which are cosmic in nature, the quality of evolving consciousness and evolving energy in coexistence. Remember in the beginning I drew a chart about consciousness being at the top of the pole and energy being at the bottom, because these are the two aspects of existence: pure consciousness and pure energy. So at this level, we see Shiva not as a blue man, but as a representation of the state of pure consciousness. And we see Shakti not as a beautiful woman glowing with energy, but as the representation of pure energy. It is from these two elements that all of reality and non-reality and every multiverse is created. It is from those two elements. Now, from where we stand, that could be considered the highest level. But what he's actually saying here is what Brahman is. Brahman is the quality of evolving consciousness and evolving energy in coexistence. Evolving consciousness and evolving energy in coexistence. You see that symbol in the middle? You see that symbol of the black and the white swirling together? If we bring it to another system, we can see that right here. We can see that same masculine and that same feminine aspect, but they unify at the higher level, evolving together. Kether, the crown. The word Brahman is derived from the Sanskrit root brin, which means to grow or expand. And isn't that what's happening at the crown, Kether? If you have this book, you can see, if you look closely, you see those swirlings? One of the symbols of Kether is the swastika going in both directions, because the swastika represents the movement, the swirling of that energy, the motion. So what does he say here? The word Brahman is derived from the Sanskrit root brin, which means to grow or expand. Therefore, Brahman means the expanding, evolving, and developing consciousness and energy, the masculine aspect and the feminine aspect, growing, evolving in coexistence. That is the concept of God in the spiritual traditions of India, and the statement Prajnanam Brahman must be seen in this context. So the first Vedic statement, which says Prajnanam Brahman. Brahman is knowledge and realization. Knowledge and realization, that's what he's talking about here. Knowledge is the raw data. Realization is the synthesis of that data. You see how that works? Seti Wise, peace, brother, peace. Sanaya Stewart, peace, peace. Good to see you. You and your father. The experience of God is unique to every individual. What you experience as God may not necessarily be the right or true form of God. A man was walking one day in a forest when he saw a chameleon sitting on a rock, sunning itself. It was green in color at that time. Another person came and saw the chameleon sunning itself, but now its color was brown. After some time, a third person came walking and saw the chameleon, which was now purple in color. The three met in the evening and began to discuss their experiences. One said, I saw a chameleon today, which was green. The second person said, I didn't see any green chameleon. The chameleon was brown, not green. The third person said, both of you are wrong. The chameleon that I saw was purple. For each of these individuals, the experience of the chameleon was unique: green, brown, and purple. In the same way, realizing God is unique to every individual. You guys remember that example from a previous book? So even still, that's saying, like, neither of them were wrong. They just saw, what they saw was based on the context of where they were and what they were doing, and the context of what the chameleon itself was expressing. See, a lot of us look at God and say, it's this and only this. Or we look at spirituality and say, it's this and only this. And then we say that other people are wrong or incorrect because it doesn't agree with what we experienced. But in truth, what we know of as God and a lot of these higher spiritual principles are way more complex than our individual interpretation, because we simply don't know enough. We don't have enough experience to be able to make a conclusive determination of what God is, or really what anything that's not purely physical is. What I visualize and see as Rama, Christ, or my guru may not be applicable to you. Each individual has a unique identification with the mind, and that is what turns a spiritual experience into a religious notion. The spiritual experience is of the essence. It is a combination or collection of specific and defined qualities which are unique in creation. The spiritual experience is of the essence, not the expression, but the essence. It is a combination or collection of specific and defined qualities which are unique in creation. That is Brahman, consciousness which is not dormant, but active and evolving. This activity and evolution takes place because of the Shakti Tattva, the energy element in the consciousness. Thus, consciousness and energy together are identified as Brahman. See that? ZJ says, could know thyself be used as a statement of contemplation? I ask because I've been trying to define self lately. Absolutely. Know thyself is the statement of contemplation. That is the core of Jnana Yoga. So yes, that is what should be contemplated, and don't expect to arrive at an answer too quickly. The emphasis should be on the search and not the destination, because just like what we're saying here about God, if you try to jump to an answer of what is the self, what am I, who am I, if you try to jump to an answer too quickly, you're going to end up seeing a green chameleon or a brown chameleon or a purple chameleon, and you're going to say, that's what I am. And you're going to close the doors and not realize that not only are you that purple chameleon, but also the green and the brown. As a matter of fact, you are a chameleon that can express different colors depending on the context. So in that search of know thyself, don't jump to a conclusion too quickly, because you're going to get stuck on one color of the chameleon at a time. Let that question be open. Let the journey be the answer. Society Eject says the old saying, putting God in a box. Yeah, and that's what happens when we're so quick to make an answer. Nate Garcia, peace, peace. The same cosmic consciousness and energy also exist in the individual unit of body and consciousness. This idea can be understood with an example. You are born out of union between your parents. As you grow up, certain characteristics of your parents are noticeable in you. You may have your father's nose and ears, your mother's eyes and mouth, and so on. Although you are not a carbon copy of your parents, a certain resemblance is there. In the same way, you're not a carbon copy of God, but a certain resemblance is there in the form of qualities which you hold within. The scriptures say that the essential nature of every individual is luminous and sattvic. The scriptures say that the essential nature of every individual is luminous and sattvic. That's your essence. So in that search, right, in that journey in search of know thyself, if what you land on is tamasic, right, you found a brown or a green chameleon. If what you find is rajasic in nature, what you found is like a purple or orange chameleon. But when you search for know thyself and what you find is sattvic, luminous, harmonious, not dependent on anything within time and space, balanced, clear, divine, if what you find relates to this, you see the whole chameleon, understanding that it changes colors depending on its need. Oh boy. Straight Panther says Ajna and the bird. Or Arjuna and the bird, yeah, with the arrow. Goodness gracious. Again, the scriptures say that the essential nature of every individual is luminous and sattvic. That is what allows you to experience the divinity in you. That is the character which you have to discover in life. Not tamas, not rajas. Your consciousness must be transformed from a tamasic condition to a sattvic condition. Very key. So this is why it's also good to understand what tamas and rajas symbolizes and what sattva symbolizes. And you see I drew those arrows indicating the mode of expression of energy. If what you find is tamasic, keep searching. If what you find is rajasic, keep searching. You're not there yet. The essential nature of every individual is luminous and sattvic. So when you find that sattvic aspect, you found the essential nature. But no rush, keep looking. The world is dominated by tamoguna and rajoguna, and the individual soul is also subject to their influence. That's the truth. The world is dominated by tamoguna and rajoguna, and the individual soul is also subject to their influence. You have received them in heritage from Maya. God endowed you with sattva, but you are not able to experience it, whereas Maya endowed you with tamas, and you experience it all the time. Well endowed. This is because tamoguna is gross and sattvaguna is subtle. Tamas is gross. This body is gross. This world is gross. Objects are gross. And I know you guys know that when he's saying gross, it doesn't mean nasty. Gross means dense and solid and coarse and unrefined, raw, just, you get what I'm saying here. That's what he means by gross. So with that being said, yeah, base, right? This is because tamaguna is gross and sattvaguna is subtle. Tamas is gross. This body is gross. This world is gross. Objects are gross. The object-oriented inclination is also gross. So the function of you being object-oriented is also dense. MC Maestro says fixed and hard to change. That's a great definition of gross. Fixed and hard to change. So tamaguna is fixed and hard to change. Sattvaguna is subtle. Tamas is gross. The body is gross. This world is fixed and hard to change. Objects are gross. The object-oriented inclination is also gross, as it connects with a material object. Sattvaguna is subtle, which no one can see, just as you cannot see your mind, but you experience it. You can see the body and experience it, but can you see the mind? All the same, the mind is experienced just like the body is experienced. Name and form are aspects of tamoguna. The world is an aspect of tama, so are sense objects. The spiritual inclination is the beginning of sattva. The spiritual inclination is the beginning of sattva. Where do sattva, rajas, and tamas begin? Tamas is experienced when lethargy, craving, repulsion, envy, deception, etc. enter the mind. Take a look at that. Tamas, the question is, where do sattva, rajas, and tamas begin? Where do sattva, rajas, and tamas begin? He says that tamas is experienced when lethargy, that means being tired and lazy, when lethargy, craving, repulsion, envy, deception, etc. enter your mind. He says that rajas is indicated by action, the running around that you do, desire, ambition, the effort to fulfill desires. You see the difference between those two? Rajaguna begins with kriya, with action. Sattva is experienced when the consciousness is still, steady, and blissful, and there is experience of contentment, joy, and peace. The expression of sattva is a state of peacefulness, equipoise, and fullness. Nuru says luminous and sattvic, so we are undisturbed, subtle light in our essence. All right. We've been here for about an hour, 45 minutes. I appreciate you all for being here, learning and studying this book. I appreciate you here. Let's continue. In Brahman, or the Supreme Self, there is a primacy of sattva and harmony of tamas and rajas. Due to the preeminence of sattva, a different inner state is experienced. That experience is Brahman, and it contains both consciousness and energy. So he's really emphasizing here that Brahman is the synthesis of the combined evolution of consciousness and energy. So keep that in mind. He's already said this like 7 times. But what he's also saying here is in Brahman, or the Supreme Self, there's the primacy of sattva. So of all those qualities that we talked about, the sattva quality is paramount in Brahman. And then there's a harmony of tamas and rajas. So again, it's not that we're getting rid of something or purging something or fighting something. He says that there's a harmony of tamas and rajas. Very key. It's all about how you organize this stuff. Because if you continue trying to fight evil and trying to fight the aspects of yourself that you don't like, you're not going to be at peace. And you're not ever going to come to an end of that struggle. You're fighting yourself. That's not knowledge of self. That's ignorance. Knowledge of self understands that these three aspects are inherent to your nature. And the tamasic and rajasic aspects of self must be harmonized, not obliterated, not eliminated, harmonized. And sattva must reign supreme. Due to the preeminence of sattva, a different inner state is experienced. So when that sattvic quality is preeminent, when it is in the driver's seat, in the front row, in the captain's chair, a different inner state is experienced. And doesn't that make sense? Look at what he said about tamas, right? And imagine a tamasic inner state. Imagine tamas as the driver's seat. With tamas as the driver's seat, he says lethargy, craving, repulsion, envy, deception, all those, imagine those qualities at the driver's seat. What kind of lifestyle is that? You know? Then we talk about rajas. What happens when rajas is in the driver's seat? Action, running around, desire, ambition, effort to fulfill the desires, constantly doing stuff, moving. You're gonna get tired, worn out, jaded, disillusioned, and unhappy because you won't be satisfied with what you do, with what you receive. But then let's talk about sattva. Imagine sattva in the driver's seat. Sattva is experienced when the consciousness is still, steady, blissful, and there's an experience of contentment, joy, and peace. What's life like when that's in the driver's seat? Matthew Watson says that's what Yoda said. Basically, luminous beings we are, not this crude matter. Matthew Watson says this live is on point. This is exactly what I'm going through. Awesome. Ajna says a convenient tip. The sound for Jna is more like ya. JN is the German translation for, which doesn't have an equivalent in German, English, etc. Okay, so in North India they say Jnana, Pragya, Agya. Okay, thank you. I absolutely know that I'm pronouncing Jnana Yoga wrong. I know that one at least. Buddhi, I'm pretty sure I heard one of the gurus say Buddhi. So that one, I don't know. But Jnana, I know I'm pronouncing that wrong because I saw another book about Jnana Yoga, but it was actually spelled Gyana. So yeah, I am well aware that I'm pronouncing that word incorrectly. But I saw something a while ago that says you should, and this isn't directed at you. I appreciate you bringing that up because I'm going to make an effort to pronounce it properly. But I saw something long ago that says not to make fun of people who pronounce words wrong, because more than likely they saw it in a book and had to teach themselves how to say it. So in other words, I know that I'm pronouncing it wrong, but then again, I'm like the only person I've ever heard say it. But yeah, I will make an effort to pronounce it Jnana Yoga. Jnana Yoga. It's just habit. I'll work it out. Jnana. All right, let's continue. Alex M. Aw, good to see you. Welcome. Looking forward to seeing my wonderful Tree of Life piece that you are creating. Prakriti, as Akake says. Alex M says it's better to pronounce something wrong and know what it is rather than say a word you don't know the meaning to. Yeah, that sucks. But of course, this is in no way me saying don't offer correction to me if I'm doing something wrong. Please, if I'm doing something wrong, let me know. Who loves orange soda says Punani Yoga. Yeah, I think I pronounced that one properly. Punani Yoga. All right, where were we? So yeah, we were talking about Brahman, right? Or the supreme self. There's primacy of sattva, right? So the sattvic qualities are in the driver's seat. And there's actually harmony of the tamas and the rajasic qualities, right? So due to the preeminence of sattva, a different inner state is experienced. So that's what I was saying. With tamas in the driver's seat, you're going to have a whole different inner state. With rajas in the driver's seat, you're going to have a whole different inner state. With sattva in the driver's seat, a different inner state is experienced. That experience is Brahman, and it contains both consciousness and energy. Now look, we actually do have books about what happens when tamas is in the driver's seat, rajas in the driver's seat. You know I'm about to whip out power versus force. Caesar says, much love, fam. Sorry I can't be around much. Much love. I understand. Life happens, you know, but you're always welcome here, bro. So talking about the driver's seat and these different tamasic or rajasic qualities, right? You know, we've got this chart on page 90. So if we're talking about tamasic qualities being in the driver's seat, that's all this down here. Fear, grief, apathy, guilt, shame. All these rule the person's mindset when tamas is in the driver's seat. That's the inner experience that you're getting with the tamasic mindset. Fear, grief, apathy, guilt, shame. Right? Your life view is frightening, tragic, hopeless, evil. How many people do we know that have a frightening life view? They're gonna get us, y'all. They're doing this to us, y'all. How many people have a tragic life view? Everything is just falling apart. Nothing is ever gonna work. How many people have a hopeless life view? How many people have an evil life view, a miserable life view? That is a tamasic inner experience, right? All this stuff is mapped out, by the way. None of this stuff is made up or a guess, right? How many people have hardcore emotions of humiliation, blame, despair, regret, anxiety? All this right here, from fear on down, from this level, that's a tamasic inner experience. Then we've got the rajasic, that happens up here. They've got desire as their main process, craving as their main emotion, anger, pride, courage. These are very rajasic. Right now, they're not as harmful as the tamasic, but they're also not feeding self. Right? They're also draining. So you got a demanding, antagonistic, disappointing, full of hate, scorn, craving, anxiety. These things are states of mind where tamas and rajas rule the inner experience. Not very constructive. But then we flip and move up to neutrality, willingness, acceptance, reason, love, joy, peace, enlightenment, with a life view that is satisfactory, hopeful, harmonious, meaningful, benign, complete, perfect. Life is what it is, right? Optimism, trust, forgiveness, understanding, reverence, serenity, bliss. These are the things that begin to, this whole upper page of page 90 is talking about what happens when the sattvic state is in the driver's seat. And this is getting closer to the state of Brahman, where consciousness and energy is evolving together. So it's not about what you know as far as what data you've memorized, or you know the names of the tree of life just off the top of your head. It's not about the data. It's about your understanding, the synthesis of the data that you do have, right? You might only know the Bible, but what's your synthesis of that data? Are you able to live it? Okay. Prakriti. Okay, so that experience is Brahman, and it contains both consciousness and energy. The permutation and combination of energy and consciousness give rise to the gunas, and gunas attach the individual with the world. Briefly, these are the gunas, everything we just talked about. The gunas are tamas, rajas, and sattva. It's not about eliminating them, it's about harmonizing them. Because those are the expressions of how you act and how you behave in the world. Okay, so the permutation, combination of energy and consciousness gives rise to the gunas, and gunas attach the individual with the world. If there were no gunas, the self would forever reside in Brahman. Thus, Prajnanam Brahman refers to the understanding that the consciousness in you is Brahman. This has also been indicated in the Shanti mantra of Ishavasya Upanishad. I'm not going to attempt to butcher that, but I'm going to read the English translation. That is full. This is full. From full, the full is taken. The full has come. If you remove the full from the full alone remains. Ooh. Fullness has been considered the basis, aim, and culmination of life here. This has been further explained. He says, all this, whatever moves in this universe, is indwelled by Isha. We've seen echoes of this in the Kabbalion, right? When the Kabbalion talks about the all, it says that we live, move, and have our being within the all. Nothing escapes the all. Everything is within the all. Obviously, the all is Brahman. And obviously, the Kabbalion was also taken from Samkhya and concepts like what's in this book. Matthew Watson says, replace full with all. I swear we heard that phrase somewhere. Right, that's the Kabbalion. Every single piece of magic and spirituality we ever studied, I'm telling you, it all points back to this Samkhya philosophy, to this Vedic philosophy. Man. All these books on my shelves. All these books on my shelves, from entrepreneurship to psychology to the Goetia to the Hermetic stuff, all this goes back to the Vedic information. All of it. So, the world is the residence of God or Brahman. But where do people search for that Brahman? They search in form, name, and quality. Form is the shape that you have received. It is tamoguna. Name is that which you are identified. It is rajoguna. The element which holds qualities in itself is sattvaguna. When you try to know Brahman through name and form, the connection that you form with that supreme spirit remains material, not spiritual. You might want to highlight that as well, because it has implications that go even past just name and form. I'll show an example. So, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with this diagram if you've been around my channel long enough. Earth, water, fire, air, akasha, tamas, rajas, sattva. What did he say in that paragraph? He says that form is the shape that you have received. It is tamoguna. Name is that which you are identified. It is rajoguna. The element which holds qualities in itself is sattvaguna. The akashic element holds the qualities of the other four elements within itself. We could even take that here. Form, well, we could even look at the pillars. We'll put it that way. Form, right? The pillar over here of form. Form is the shape that you have received. It is tamoguna. Name, force, right? That's what you are identified with. And the element which holds the qualities within itself, sattvaguna. Oh, it's also in the Bible. Society Eject says, for in him we live and move and have our being, as certain also of your own poets have said, for we are also his offspring. It's even in the Bible. MC Maestro says, the music reminds me of the scene where Padme gets choked out. I don't remember that. Ajna says that's interesting because Tantra always uses name and form, yet you have to go beyond. Right, right. Turn it into something good. So, again, when you try to know Brahman through name and form, the connection that you form with that Supreme Spirit remains material, not spiritual. In the material connection with God, there is only wheeling and dealing. Wheeling and dealing. Cheap. In the material connection with God, there's only wheeling and dealing, not surrender. Why do you go to a temple? Do you surrender yourself when you are there, or do you try to transact a deal? You do this for me, and I will do that for you. Oh my gosh, that sounds familiar, huh? God, if you just do this for me one time, I swear, I'm gonna start tithing again, and I'm gonna stop smoking cigarettes, and I'm gonna go to church every Sunday. If you could just do this one thing for me, God, I swear. How many people have been through that? And if you didn't go through that, how many of you have tried to summon a demon or work with the Goetia, I should say? I'm gonna give you this sacrifice in hopes that you do this thing for me. Just do this for me, and I'm gonna sacrifice this and that, right? You approach spirituality as this transaction, right? You approach spirituality as wheeling and dealing, right? And I can make fun of you because I was there. I did that shit too. If you just do this for me, I swear, right? How, if you think about that subconsciously, how are you looking at God? How are you looking at yourself? If that's how you do, right? If that's how you approach spirituality, how do you see yourself? Right? If you got to beg and promise, and here's the crazy part. A lot of those things we never even followed through with. Especially if we got what we wanted. We got what we wanted and walked away and pretend like, well, God understands my heart. God doesn't actually want me to give him that thing. He already has all things. All of a sudden now you become sattvic. When you get what you want, oh, God already owns everything. I don't have to sacrifice. I don't have to give. I know I said I was going to do tithes, but God wants me to be able to use this money to make myself happy. I know God knows my heart. I know I said I go to church every Sunday, but he'll understand. I need to get my beauty rest, right? Wheeling and dealing. And then how do you feel when you don't follow through on your transaction? Subconsciously, there is a sting of guilt. Even though you justify it, you know damn well you just hustled God. You hustled God. And isn't there a scripture that says, should a man rob God? Oh, yeah, yeah. There's a scripture that talks about that. But yeah, man. Yeah, man. Society ejects. Oh yeah, I remember that one too. He says, "LOL, I promise if you get me over this hangover, I won't drink no more." Right? I've been there. Twilight Sun Shaman of Lilith says, "I'm gonna give you this Rolex in the holy name of God." Right? And then once you get what you want, you're like, "Oh well, God probably wants me to actually keep this, as a reminder." Yeah. Society Eject says, "My dad used to call that a spiritual whore." Yeah. Yeah. Let's not do that. So he says, in the material connection of God, there's only wheeling and dealing, not surrender. Why do you go to a temple? Do you surrender yourself when you are there, or do you try to transact a deal? You do this for me, and I'll do that for you. Society Ejects, thank you so much for posting that. He says, will a man rob God? Yet ye have robbed me. But ye say, wherein have we robbed thee? In tithes and offerings. So it ain't nothing new. We've been doing this since day one. It is when you transcend this mentality that the gunas are also transcended. right? There should come a point where you move past that behavior, because you're really approaching God as if he's a salesman, or some kind of, like you're begging your daddy to borrow some money, right? That's not what God is. That's not what Brahman is. That's not what ultimate consciousness is. That might be a human thing. You might have to act that way with some people, right? But not with divine consciousness. But yeah, it's when you transcend this mentality that the gunas are also transcended. That is when the seeds of faith and surrender are sown in life and no desires remain. That is the state of a realized yogi. To arrive at it, one has to climb step by step. And the first is knowing the attachments that cause your downfall and become a hindrance in your growth. That's highlightable. One has to climb up step by step, and the first is knowing the attachments that cause your downfall and become a hindrance in your growth. It is knowing the state of your consciousness. This is the beginning of Jnana Yoga, of Jnana Yoga. Yeah. So a lot of stuff that I've been saying lately, guys, has been about self-examination, analyzing yourself. Not about what demon to summon or what color candle to burn, but looking at yourself, analyzing your strengths and analyzing your weaknesses, looking at your triggers, your pain points, and possibly what may have been causing them, or at least what sets them off. If you take the time to start analyzing those things, you're on the path to leading to your best version of self, right? IDK, DKDF, peace. The doorway to consciousness. Oh my gosh. I don't know if you guys enjoy Fruit Loops, but this scented oil is magnificent. If you catch me in Atlanta, then you'll probably be able to smell it up close. By the way, if you don't know, I'm going to be speaking live in Atlanta June the 6th at the Master Student Conference Part 2. So if you don't have your tickets, I've posted the link in the description. You can grab a ticket. And like I said, it's on June 6th. I'll be there speaking live with many other people. And also, there's going to be possibly 2 surprise speakers that you definitely know who they are. I'm not at liberty to say, because Dreamwise said keep it hush. But you don't want to miss this opportunity that may or may not happen again. To see all of your favorite spiritual YouTube people. So yeah, check that out. Like I said, in the description, I posted the link to get your ticket. And June 6th is that date. If nothing else, you can smell how delicious this Fruit Loop scented oil is. All right, let's continue. The doorway to consciousness. The way to access the consciousness is through buddhi, not through manas, not through chitta, not through ahamkara. So look what he says here. The way to access consciousness is through buddhi. This is how you access consciousness. Not through manas, not through chitta, not through ahamkara. Buddhi allows you to analyze, observe, and know the right from wrong. The quality of discrimination is predominant in buddhi. And discrimination is the catalyst for transformation in life. With the first Mahavakya, consciousness is Brahman, begins the inquiry. You've been given a sutra, an aphorism, and know you need to think about it. Relate that sutra with your own experience, moods of consciousness and mind. If consciousness is Brahman, do you consider your desires to be Brahman too? Do you consider your need for love and being wanted Brahman too? No, these are not Brahman. To understand why, revert to the previous point. Tamas. I am God. Okay. Does that include the things that you're ashamed of? Your desires? If you have been able to attain the state of sattva, then you can say, even my thoughts are Brahman. If you have been able to attain the state of sattva, then you can say, even my thoughts are Brahman. Sri Swamiji says, I receive instructions. I receive guidance on a regular basis. Right? When sattva becomes preeminent, right, when the sattva quality is in the driver's seat, when sattva becomes preeminent, then such perceptions can take place. One becomes the channel of that higher force. Right? So look at what happens. When you do place the sattvic quality in the driver's seat, when your buddhi becomes sattvic, it's no longer about chasing pleasure and running from pain. Now you open yourself to be a pure channel for the undifferentiated force of consciousness, unhampered by ego, unfiltered by desire. You can actually live and move that way. But the intellect must be balanced. MC Maestro says, sounds like your Anael channel. Yeah, some things just kind of stick, don't they? Society Eject says, I'll be there hopefully. Awesome, awesome, can't wait. Lily June says, I have my ticket. Perfect. I'm gonna try to have something physical to get to you guys at the lecture. I'm working on it. But let's continue. When sattva becomes preeminent, then such perceptions can take place. One becomes the channel of that higher force. In its absence, you have to begin the understanding of your basic nature in terms of mind and consciousness. Therefore, the practice of Jnana Yoga begins not with the question, who am I? But with the meditation, dhyana, to know the traits of the mind which have to be contained, channeled, and sublimated. Gyan Yoga in Tantroktam Devi Suktam. In the step-down process from the cosmic consciousness to individual existence, the grossest state is where the senses are totally extroverted, and one identifies with one's cravings. This is indicated in the Tantroktam Devi Suktam with a beautiful sequence. Yeah. Cosmic consciousness to individual existence. So just to clarify here, in individual existence, this is where we find that the senses are totally extroverted, as opposed to cosmic consciousness. So these 4 lines translates to the first form of Devi, the underlying principle in the coming into being of manifest creation, is Chetan Etya Bidhiyate, consciousness. The second is Buddhi Rupina, Samstitha, the faculty of knowing. The third is Nidra Rupina, Samstitha, sleep. And the fourth is Shudharupina Samstitha, craving. This is essentially the subject of Jnana Yoga. The all-pervasive consciousness manifests in life in the form of buddhi, contained consciousness. As you are confined to the body of the senses and the mind is attached to the sense objects, there's nidra, sleep. So I'm seeing 4s here. I wonder if this relates to the 4 worlds. beginning with consciousness, then the faculty of knowing, then sleep, then craving. Atziluth, Bria, Yetzirah, Asaya. What happens in sleep? You don't know that you exist. You're not aware of time, space, or object. 8 hours of sleep pass by very fast. When you wake up, you again connect with the world of time, space, and object. Buddhi is disconnected from its source in nidra, which is sleep, and you live in a world of fantasy as you dream. Similarly, while you exist in this world, you forget that you were awake once and you were living this dream, that you were creating your own reality, environment, and associations. Nidra, which is sleep, makes you forget your true nature and you identify with what you are experiencing at that particular moment in the dream state. You may be dreaming of something chasing you with a knife. You're running, sweating, and panting in fear. When you wake up, you say, "Thank God it was only a dream. Nobody is chasing me. I am comfortable in my bed." In the same manner, you create your associations in this world: friend, husband, wife, child, and so on. On account of that, you suffer. When you wake up from this nidra after death, you say, "Thank God that was only a dream. That is not me." Love it. After nidra comes Ch2, craving. When you forget your true self and are awake in your dream, you're awake in the world of senses. At that time, craving manifests. Without craving or desire in this world. Now reverse the process. Observe the craving. What is the craving for? Comfort, name, fame, status, property, prosperity, peace. Whatever it may be, discover that craving. Start with craving because it connects you with the world. Desires, passions, and needs connect you with the world. If there was no desire, no need, no passion, if there was nothing, would you be connected to the world? No. Thus, craving has to be observed, analyzed, and categorized. What is your social craving? What is your personal craving? What is your craving with regard to your family? What is your craving with regard to your ambitions? Define all that. Define all that. Society Ejects says, AKA God lucid dreaming us. Man, I'm telling you, look at those 4 heads of Brahma. We're talking about Brahma this whole chapter. It would be useful and appropriate to do some research on Brahma and hopefully bring it up in class tomorrow night. It appears that we're only aware of one level of this multi-dimensional entity. Just like the 4 worlds in the Tree of Life, most of us are only aware of what's happening in the Asiatic plane. But that doesn't mean that there's still stuff going on in those other 3 planes. Syndicated, incorporated. You see the 3 stripes there with the dot? Oh my. I did not realize. This is quite a meaty chapter. We're in it for the long haul, guys. We're in it for the long haul. Next, Nidra must be overcome. You need to wake up from the dream of identifying with the senses and sense objects. Ask yourself, is this my role in life to identify with the senses and sense objects and run after them to satisfy my greed? One can overcome Nidra by becoming the Drashta, observer. One can modify the dream by lucid dreaming. You can say to yourself in the dream, "This is only a dream. I will turn back and fight my assailant." You can modify the dream. In the same manner, once you have categorized all your cravings, you can come out of the sensorial material hypnosis, which is due to sleep and gross identification. This process begins with meditation. Look, he just gave y'all a massive key. He just gave us a massive key. Did you catch it? Or did you just say, maybe I'll do it later? Look at what he says. And he just told you why it was important. On the previous page, he talks about the dream and the waking dream, right? He asks about craving and desires. What is it that you're craving for? You're craving for comfort, name, fame, status, property, prosperity, peace, right? Whatever it may be, discover that craving. First, stop, discover your craving. Nuru says, is good Brahman research a still mind in silence? Definitely at the higher stage. What I'm referencing to is to, for people who might not be familiar with the concept of Brahman, to maybe look at the mythology and look into some of the different symbolisms and what the symbolisms may mean, and then take some of that information into meditation, take some of that information into contemplation, in conjunction with what this book is talking about and with what you just said, still mind and silence. Because it's not that the things that we research, it's not that the books and the images tell us what Brahman is, but it's giving those of us who may not know certain clues and directions that might point to what it actually represents. Andrew Rolls asks, can you answer me a question? Why do we need money to live? You don't need money to live, but you need money to live comfortably. You need money to live comfortably because comfort has a price tag. Excuse me, external comfort has a price tag. I mean, ideally, a trained mind has learned to be comfortable no matter what the external scenario is. But if you're not at that point, then you need money to live, because in order to be comfortable, you've got to use money to buy things that bring comfort, until you're able to bring it up out of yourself. That is the answer from me to your question. So look at what he says here. He talks about observing your craving, right? Whatever it may be, discover that craving. What are you craving for? What are the desires that run your life? You start there. He says you start with craving because that's what connects you to the world. Desires, passions, and needs, these things connect you to the world. So discover that. For you specifically, personally, not people in general, you specifically. What is it that you desire? What are the things that you chase after? You wake up every day and there's certain things that you're always trying to get, right? What's your social craving? What's your personal craving? What's your craving in regards to your family? What is your craving with regards to your ambitions, right? He says, define all that. All of that. Not one of these. Define all that, right? He says craving has to be observed, analyzed, and categorized. Now, why? Why is he suggesting that we do this? Why do I need to sit down and analyze what my cravings are? What's the point? Well, there's a reason. He says that in the same manner, once you have categorized all your cravings, you can come out of the sensorial material hypnosis, which is due to sleep and gross identification. This process begins with meditation. So most of us don't even realize that we're walking through a trance, that we are hypnotized by the material plane. You don't know that you're hypnotized until you come out of it. How do you come out of it? By observing all of the effects of being in trance. If you don't take the time to make this catalog of self, then how can you know? You'd only just be repeating, yeah, we're all walking through a dream. Everybody's in a trance state at all times. Trav said that. He said that. Richard Bandler said that in the Gold Book. Right, but have you experienced that yet? The only way that you experience that is if you sit down and analyze it. Start with the list. This process begins with meditation. That's key right there. That's key right there. Don't neglect that. MC Maestro said, what's measured is managed. These are power tools. Not maybe this will work. These are definite power tools, guaranteed or your money back. Method of Jnana. Dhyana. Meditation has to be understood in the right perspective and context. The one word meditation contains many different ideas, stages, experiences, and attainments within it. What is the starting point of meditation which can lead to Jnana Yoga? Stage 1. For everyone, the starting point, focus, and aim of meditation in the first stage is physical stability. That's the first point, physical stability. And those of you guys who have taken my course know what the first meditation exercise is. Those who have practiced the meditative process sequentially according to the Bihar Yoga tradition will know that the first practice of meditation that is taught is Kayasthariam. Many people think it is only a practice to become quiet and still, but I want to meditate. They forget, I understand all that, but how do I meditate? They forget an important factor. Concentration cannot be achieved without stilling the senses, and the senses are not mental, but physical. Therefore, Kayasthariam, stillness of body, stillness of sensory input and output, is the first step in meditation. You may be able to sit quietly for 5 or 10 minutes, but the nature of the senses is such that disturbance will be created in that state of stillness and silence. You will allow yourself to be disturbed. Damn. You will not be able to resist the disturbance. I haven't come across anybody who can resist the mental disturbance. Anxiety overpowers the mind. Frustration, guilt, and desires overpower the mind. These are mental dissipations and distractions which break the harmony and peace of mind, and nobody can resist them. Everybody falls prey to anxiety, fears, inhibitions, complexes, frustrations, depressions, and elations. This means only one thing. Nobody has perfected Kayasthariam. Check. Nobody has perfected Kayasthariam. And all these dissipations and distractions appear. Those of us who actually do these meditations know that the deeper that we go, we're able to penetrate deeper and maybe witness more amazing things and gather these awesome realizations. But even to this level I'm at, these distractions, these anxieties, these fears, inhibitions, complexes, frustrations, they still pop up right in the middle of meditation. They still do. It don't matter what level you're at. You don't get past that. Hell, I might even be willing to wager that the deeper I go in meditation, the more pronounced these distractions are. But this is what I've learned. It's not about eliminating them. It's about harmonizing them, balancing them. And what I've learned is for me to be able to go deeper in my meditations, it's not to resist these anxieties and fears, not to fight them, and not even to respond to them at all, but simply witness them with non-attachment and keep it pushing. Keep the foot on the gas, keep going. No need to stop. Because all these things exist within me. They exist within you. They exist within all of us. And when you sit still and meditate, they're going to come up to the surface. The answer isn't to address them and fight them or re-experience them. The answer is to witness them as they are and let it pass. Pro tip. So how can you resist, observe, and quieten the sensorial and physical distractions? Since the term Kayasthariam means stillness of body, people think if I sit still, I am practicing Kayasthariam. You do not perfect Kayasthariam by sitting still. It is the stillness of the senses that must be attained. The senses continually move towards their gratification and identify with sense objects. The craving and need has to stop. Therefore, the first stage of meditation is stilling the senses and the interaction of the senses with sense objects. That is known as kaya stherium. Cool. Did you guys think that we'd get a further definition of kaya stherium? Okay, so that was really good. Now we're going to get to the stage 2, the second step of dhyana. But give me just a quick second. Just a quick second. I'll BRB. Got to take a quick break because I realize that this chapter is actually 10 more pages. Ah, yes. We're back. IDKDKS says, I was trying to meditate, but I seen a roach shake my head, cross my candle. Oh man, that's annoying. Distractions are physical for sure. Ajna says, a roach is a mighty adversary, but then you go, and I am that, right? I am that. Happy Review says, I live with a crazy uncle that makes strange noises. And sometimes I feel like he's mocking me, even when I try to meditate. It's like the noises get loud, and anyone have any advice on what I should do? Well, even as ZJ says, perhaps you can meditate elsewhere. But if you're not able to meditate elsewhere, take into consideration how you are cataloging this experience. That means everything, right? First of all, we got crazy uncle. That's a value judgment. Now I don't know why you're saying that, but just that title alone is going to come with some preconceived notions. And those notions are going to be antagonistic. So you're already making him a villain or an enemy. And you said that the strange noises, sometimes I feel like he's mocking me. Well, you should take that out of the equation as well. Like, it doesn't matter if he actually is or not. That has nothing to do with you. That's all him and his reality. It doesn't matter what other people do or say towards you. That has nothing to do with you. You make the interpretation of it. What does he mocking you have anything to do with your practice? You keep practicing. Take what he does and become as neutral as possible about it. Because usually when people, we learn this as kids. When someone's picking on you, they're mostly doing it because you react. They choose people who are going to react to them. That's why they pick on them. So when you stop reacting, it's no fun. They move on to another victim. Don't make yourself a victim. Watch the story that you tell yourself about the situation. And you'll see that that little tweak will begin to change things. Yeah, and Ajna says, focus your attention right on the snoring. Really try to saturate your ears with that sound for a while, and then go in for a while. If the snoring bothers you again, go right into it again. That's another thing that you learn from meditation. When you do have these distractions of sounds or sensations, focus on those, right? Don't try to resist or run. Put your focus now on those things. That's powerful, right? That's powerful, and that actually takes strength to do. Right? Even in Dharana Darshan, right? This isn't something that we're just making up. In Dharana Darshan, he even tells a story of a guy who's trying to meditate, but he's so distracted and in love with his bling and his gold bracelets and stuff. The Swami tells him to meditate on his gold bracelet, and he focuses all his attention on his gold bracelet and crosses over into that state of meditation. So it doesn't matter what exactly on the outside. What matters is how you are categorizing it. And that's what these last few pages were hinting at. Society Eject says, I'm learning how to meditate while driving my truck. That may take some time, but I will get there. Yeah, I tried to stay in an observer state as frequently as possible. MC Maestro says, meditate on the sound. Antar Mauna by Satyananda on YouTube is a good meditation. Yeah, check that out. IDKDKDF says, crazy, I'll mention this because I live with a roommate that frequently slams doors. I notice it low-key triggers me. Yeah. See, Panic introduced this to me actually years ago, and he was talking about meditating in busy New York, right? Living right up under the bridge. At every given moment, hearing cars and tires, ba-boom, 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 riding on top of the bridge, and the bridge kind of bumping and shaking, and hearing the train and like all these. It's never quiet. The city that never sleeps. Meditation there. Meditation is not about sitting in a quiet room peacefully. The peace is within, not external. The peace is within, not external. So yeah, IDKDKDF talks about, people slamming doors, Sometimes when I'm meditating, I have to deal with barking dogs or like loud talking or whatever. It used to trigger me and get me upset as well, but, obviously it was supposed to happen. I chose to meditate at this time, and if these distractions are happening at this time, then it's part of the meditation. All this stuff works together. Nothing is separate. Nothing is antagonistic or evil or doesn't fit. Like it all fits together. It's like if you were getting an organ transplant, the body can decide to assimilate that organ or it can choose to reject and refuse and fight that organ. So all these aspects of external reality, you have the choice to accept or reject, to integrate it, or to fight against it. But what you'll learn is you're only fighting against yourself. Even if you express that thing that you're fighting into another person, you're still fighting yourself. Symbolizes another person. You're still fighting your own memories and thoughts and attachments and fears, but you're symbolizing it as another person. There are no enemies. Self-hatred can express itself in many different ways, including racism. Stray Panther says use earplugs. That's some solid advice right there. Who Loves Orange Soda says use ear deafener earmuffs, adjustable noise canceling headphones, 31 decibels for sleeping, studying, construction, shooting, hunting, drilling, sawing, welding, racing. Yeah, that's probably the most practical answer right there. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Happy Reviews says 10:10 on my clock. Divine timing. Thank you, Trav. And not just me, thank everybody else who gave solid advice. But most importantly, dude, try it. Try it. Meditate on that sound. Stop getting offended by what other people do. And get yourself some noise canceling earbuds. All right, so stage 1 was Kaistherium, stillness of body, because stillness of body leads to stillness of mind. But that doesn't mean distractions are going to disappear, right? On the contrary, I personally have experienced that there's more opportunity for distraction. So stillness of the body is just that. You're stilling the body and the 5 senses, right? The first stage of meditation is stilling the senses and the interaction of the senses with sense objects. That is known as Kaistherium. What is stage 2? Stage 2. After having perfected Kaistherium, you come to the mind. In meditation, the mind has to be stilled. The chatter of thoughts has to be stopped, refused, and diminished. The cravings and expectations have to be diminished. As you are able to gain more control over your mental behavior, you will discover that the mental chatter gradually reduces. That is an indication of progress. Today, you might be disturbed by 100 thoughts. Tomorrow, only 10 will come. That is when you know that you are walking on the right path. As the vasanas, passions lessen, as the thoughts lessen, there is less distraction and disturbance in the mind and more stillness, silence, and peace. In this stage, you are searching for that center within where you experience peace. One experiences peace only when one contemplates on the supreme element. Try it. I highlighted try it. But yeah, one experiences peace only when one contemplates on the supreme element. Try it. Begin contemplating on something, your family or your work. The moment you start thinking, the mind becomes restless, right? Listen to this. The moment you start thinking, the mind becomes restless. Thoughts begin to come at great speed, and those thoughts are about your problems, desires, attachments, and wishes. However, when you meditate on Guru or God, the mind does not become restless. It feels as if the mind has become centered on Guru or God. No worldly thoughts come. A feeling of faith manifests. Therefore, one has to discover that center within where one can fix one's mind and quieten the chatter of the mind. That is the second stage of meditation. Is there something that you can focus on that won't lead you into distraction? Because, like you said, if you sit here and you focus on your family or your job, or you focus on the tasks that you have to do, the minute you start focusing on that, the mind becomes restless. You start thinking of what I could, what I should, what I want, what I didn't, right? What I would do if I had this, that, and the third. Restless thoughts. That's not meditation. That's not meditation. But he's talking about concentrating on, how did he phrase it? The supreme element, right? I've been sitting here trying to describe Buddhi. I've been trying to describe Brahman. I've been trying to describe the concept of God. If you sit and try to focus on that abstract content, not a form, not a name, but an idea, a concept, when you take your mind in that direction, all those distractions don't have anything to use as fuel. Remember what I said last night? In my meditation, I was focusing on Durga, and specifically on her hand was the symbol of Om. That was my focus. I wasn't getting all these distractions thinking about that symbol. Now, if I'm trying to meditate on what book to read, or what book should I write, or what does this actually mean, or how do I break this down, all kinds of distractions pop up. Y'all get what he's saying here in this part? Stage 3. In the third stage of meditation, you become the drashta, the observer. Without becoming the observer, you cannot walk further. You have to know what you are going to do and where you're going to walk. The drashta holds the map of the journey in his hands, because that is a natural and spontaneous attainment of drashtahood, of becoming the observer. Until a few years ago, those who wanted to undertake long journeys would go to the Automobile Association. The representative there would help plan out the route by marking it with a highlighter on a map. As you held out the marked map, you saw your route clearly defined, as well as all the other lanes and by-lanes which you need not take. You become the drashta of your path. That's a good example. That's a good example. See, right now, that's kind of alien to us because we use GPS. But before GPS was publicly accepted or dispersed, we had maps. I remember being a kid and my parents would have an actual map that you fold out, and my mom would be in the passenger seat, telling my dad where to turn and what direction to take based on the map that they already marked out. I don't know if we could do that today. I don't know if us modern folks could do that. But I remember sitting in the back seat looking at my mom have that big ass map opened up. And all these gas stations had maps of the territory, But this is the important thing about that map, what he was saying. The representative helps you plan out the path and the route by marking it on the map. But he says that as you hold out the marked map, not only do you see the clearly defined path, you also see all the paths that you don't need to take. That's the important thing about being the observer. Not just seeing where you're going, but also clearly knowing where you don't need to go. Would you believe some people don't know the difference? There's so much confusion in today's world, and that's mostly because people, one, don't know what they want, and two, don't know what they don't want. That's buddhi being externalized and focused on sense objects. It's so easy to change somebody's mind when they're not focused, because they literally just go for whatever feels good, sounds good, tastes good, smells good, looks good. That's not a very strong state to be in. That's very tamasic. So you become the drashta of your path. Check this out. When you hold the map in your hand, you automatically become the drashta of your path. I have to go through only the highlighted road, as it will take me to my destination. That is the third state of meditation. After having stilled the mental behaviors, you become the drashta. Check that out. First, you still the body in step 1. Second, you still the mind in step 2. In stage 3, you become the observer now. You can see the map clearly, y'all. You can see the map because there's not all this movement and agitation going on. Doesn't that just make sense? He says, after having stilled the mental behaviors, you become the drashta, the observer. Being the drashta means that if there is joy, fine, but you are not that joy. You are the observer of the joy. If there is pain, let it be. You are not experiencing it. You are observing it. In this way, no matter what circumstance you go through, you become its observer. Being the drashta, you watch all the experiences that are taking place in the manas, chitta, buddhi, and ahamkara. You watch which of them is binding you and which is freeing you. Which desire is binding you to the world and which is freeing you. Which thought is attaching you to the world of the senses and which thought is freeing you from them. Until the drashta bhava manifests, you cannot make such a decision. Y'all see that? Remember what I mentioned about going deeper into meditation and you're having all these distractions pop up? That's part of it. But the thing is, by the time you become the drashta, that stuff doesn't matter. Because by the time you become the observer, you can see what thoughts are leading you towards peace and what thoughts are leading you towards disharmony. You can see what actions, what behaviors, what memories, what reactions, and what attachments are on your path and which ones are taking you off the path. You can see it now, but only when the body is still, only when the mind is still. It just makes perfect sense. The drashta bhava brings both viveka, which means discrimination, Vivekananda. Viveka means discrimination, and vairagya, which means non-attachment. Bam. The drashta bhava brings both discrimination and non-attachment. These are the tools right here. These are the keys. Therefore, in the third step, you have to awaken the drashta bhava. You have to enhance the positive thoughts and samskaras, which bring about human evolution. Remember, samskaras are not evil, right? He says you want to bring the positive thoughts and positive samskaras, which bring about human evolution. That means somewhere in the chitta, somewhere in the memory of the human race and your bloodline and yourself, somewhere in that memory, in the collective unconscious, somewhere in there, are patterns and actions which bring about human evolution and get rid of the unnecessary thoughts and samskaras which manifest incessantly. Look, if someone has done it already, it exists in the chitta somewhere. If you can conceive of it, it exists in the chitta somewhere. All you have to do now is align yourself with the pattern of making such a thing happen. And at the same time, he says, get rid of unnecessary thoughts and samskaras which manifest incessantly. Check this out. Look, this whole thing had to be highlighted. This was highly highlightable. Your path is now clearly outlined as all the dissipations of the mind have stopped. Nothing about this is difficult to understand. Society ejects, that's good. He says, LOL, no, GPS spoils us, and sometimes GPS will have you going the wrong way down a closed street, and everything, it'll have you going down the wrong way down a closed street and everything, aka following something with no direction and foundation or no update on the path, right? Lily Jane says Buddhism teaches that the obstacle is an indication of forward movement. Yes, I agree with that. Okay, so we got stage 1. What was stage 1? What was stage 2? And what was stage 3? Who was paying attention? Okay, well, stage 1 was Kyastherium, which is stillness of body. Stage 2 is stillness of mind. Stage 3 is becoming the observer. Now that we've attained stillness, now we become the observer. He's telling you how to meditate right here. He is teaching you the exact steps of how to properly meditate. Come on now. Stage 4. In the 4th stage, you start fine-tuning yourself. This is where the process of Jnana Yoga begins. The body is still. The senses are still. The mind is still. The disturbed state of the mind has been quietened. You have become the drashta and made the appropriate use of viveka, which is discrimination, and vairagya, which is non-attachment. After stilling the senses, stilling the mental chatter, and becoming the observer of your mental process, you consciously alter your mental behavior. You apply your power of discernment, Viveka Shakti, to sift the appropriate from the inappropriate, and then apply your power of non-attachment, Vairagya Shakti, to detach from the negative and move towards the positive. In this way, slowly, the percentage of tamas and rajas reduces and that of sattva enhances. So in that 4th stage, you begin the fine-tuning process, and you know what you ask yourself? Is it useful? Is it appropriate? Y'all think I'd be making shit up, pulling it outside of my head like some of these other YouTubers be doing. No. Everything that I'm saying here, teaching about this science, I take this very seriously, so I don't make nothing up. He's giving you the keys, the steps. Look, is it useful? Is it appropriate? Those are the only 2 questions I ask myself. Is it useful? Is it appropriate? Look, I'm going to read this whole thing again because I highlighted it. Stage 4. In the 4th stage, you start fine-tuning yourself. This is where the process of Jnana Yoga begins. The body is still. The senses are still. The mind is still. The disturbed state of the mind has been quietened. You now have become the drashta and made the appropriate use of viveka and vairagya. After stilling the senses, stilling the mental chatter, and becoming the observer of your mental processes, you consciously alter your mental behavior. You apply the power of discernment, Viveka Shakti, to sift the appropriate from the inappropriate, right? Is it appropriate or is it inappropriate? And then you apply your power of non-attachment, Vairagya, to detach from the negative and move towards the positive. Is it useful? Is it useful? Is it appropriate? In this way, slowly, the percentage of tamas and rajas reduces and that of sattva enhances. That's all you need right there. MC Maestro says, fuck gyms, homie dropping bricks. But hey, you got to be able to digest it in order for it to really impact you. I know that this stuff right here has already been life-changing. I read this thing and took it seriously. When asking a question, whether or not you should do something, ask 2 questions. Is it useful? Is it appropriate? But he's about to get into it some more. Check this out. Now begins the contemplation. Who am I? In this contemplation, the Mahavakya that you focus on is Prajnanam Brahman. The consciousness is Brahman. This whole life is Brahman. I am surrounded by Brahman. I am surrounded by that supreme element. We are surrounded by that supreme element just as a fish is surrounded by water, but does not know that it is living in water. We are surrounded by air and know that is so due to our intelligence, but we would not know it if we did not possess intelligence. How would you then know that you are surrounded by something called air? In the same way that air pervades the entire earth, an element subtler than air is the Ishvara Tattva. Paramatma Tattva, Brahma Tattva. It is also all-pervading like air. Air is not Indian, American, Chinese, or Russian. It is all-pervading. In the same way, the Supreme Spirit is not Indian, Chinese, American, European, or African. It is all-pervading. I had to highlight that one as well. The Supreme Spirit, and I know this may come a shock to some people, but the Supreme Spirit is not Indian. It isn't Chinese. It isn't American. It isn't European. It isn't even African. It's not from Kemet. It is all pervading. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That supreme element is what you need to search for. The process of connecting with it begins with the thinking. The supreme element is all pervading. It is within me. It is in my consciousness, and I am part of it. I am not the body, nor the experiences associated with the body. I am the conscious element, and that conscious element is prajna. You see that? The supreme element. That's what you need to search for. The supreme element. The aspect of Brahman. It's within you. It is in your consciousness, and you are a part of it. Guess what? You are not the body. You are not the experiences associated with the body. You are the conscious element, and that consciousness element is prajna. Now, what is prajna? Prajna means awakened intellect or awakened discrimination. Hey, MC Maestro, I just had a realization. Your quote says, nah, brother, you see, air comes from Aya, and Aya comes from Kemet. Therefore, the black man. You know, when we do that, you know what we're actually doing? You see this is the pattern of spirituality. Something grows up as the God, and then out of that comes the new God, and the new God makes the old God a devil. And then that new God creates a new God, and that new God flourishes, and the old God becomes a devil. There was a time where that thought process was the God, right? And now we're demonizing it in these jokes. It's beautiful how that happens. The old god of the pantheon that I came out of was melanin, right? Everybody worshipped and praised this mysterious god known as melanin. Melanin was the end all be all, ruler of the world. Remember that? But I've learned that that's only a piece of the puzzle. And it served its purpose for that time frame. Stuffed dog, peace, bro, peace. This is certainly chapter 2. Society Eject says, yep, just like the savage animals on Fantastic Planet. I might have to watch that movie again and again. Nah, brother, you see. All right, so prajna, because this whole chapter is about prajna, the step-by-step process. What is that? Prajna means the awakened intellect or the awakened discrimination. In that awakened state, you are able to establish a connection with God. But this God is not a physical entity which is manifest, it is formless. Brahman means formless God, a combination of consciousness and energy. When this jnana or understanding takes over the consciousness, the whole world appears as a playground. Yep. You realize that just as children go to a park and play, You have come to this earth to play with wealth, family, and job. That seems like a pretty major shift from believing that the world is a dangerous place and the Illuminati is coming to get you. I don't think some of these folks realize how long we've been saying, "Oh, the Illuminati, they're doing this, they're gonna." We've been saying that for decades. Yet here we are, still saying it. Just like we were talking about, oh, Y2K is gonna do this, and oh, the year 1999, and 666, and all this other stuff. There's always this doomsday event supposedly coming, and nothing happens. Fear-based mentality. MC Maestro says a couple hundred years, actually, a big bank scam. Now, I'm not saying that there's absolutely no truth to it, but I'm saying what the masses have brought this thing to, it is a nightmare fantasy. But in truth, when this jnana or understanding takes over the consciousness, the whole world appears as a playground. Life is good, right? It doesn't have to be this scary, terrifying place where doom lurks around the corner. That's actually closer to animal consciousness, right? Animals have to worry about being eaten any moment of the day, right? Squirrels and birds, there's owls lurking around, and hawks and snakes. At any given deer, at any given moment, their life can be snatched up out of their body, and then they're consumed and added to a life that has a bit more options. But that's not what the human being has to suffer through. That's a carryover from our animal existence. We Grow Natural says, it's funny, my daughter said we are all God's little toys. Honestly. And I understand that most people don't have the courage to understand that you are God, right? A lot of people don't have the self-confidence and courage to say that with a straight face. But it's true. You, in your individual state, looking at nature, it is a mirror. It's a reflection. But if you don't have the courage to see that yet, you externalize it and you pretend that you're separate from it. You pretend that it's something else. But literally, what you call God and what you call yourself is one and the same. But it takes experiences of that to really believe it. And when you come to that realization, you'll see how much of a folly it was to be afraid of boogeymans all the time. Demiurge, devil, Illuminati, government, whatever. It's a folly to believe in that because you're wasting your precious time and energy. If your goal is perfection of the self. Because I'll admit, even when I was in those scary Illuminati days, it was fun, right? Reptilians and all the aliens that are coming. Like it was scary and spooky, but it was fun too, I'll admit. But it wasn't taking me anywhere. I'm not finna sit up here talking about that for years, having no growth. But yeah, Brahman means formless God, a combination of consciousness and energy. When this jnana, or understanding, takes over the consciousness, the whole world appears as a playground. You realize that just as children go to a park and play, you have come to this earth to play with wealth, family, and job. Stage 5. When you go on contemplating the above, you reach the 5th stage of meditation, where you perceive the whole world as manifestation of the supreme element. You no longer see yourself as separate from God. Right? That's what I just said. Right now, there is an experience of duality. Here is me, and there is God. My experiences take place in a narrow field, and the God experience takes place in the expansive field. There is Dvaita Bhava. I am here and I am contemplating my object of worship, my Ch2, or my God, my Brahma. By contemplating in this way for a long time, you begin to feel Sarvam Kalvidham Brahman. All is Brahman. Now comes the second Mahavakya, Aham Brahmasmi. The second Mahavakya is an experience of Advaita, non-duality. There are always problems in duality, whereas there is peace in non-duality. Take the example of religions. Every religion says, this is it. A Hindu will say, this is the truth. A Muslim will say, this is the truth. And a Christian will say, this is the truth. No one will say, that is also the truth. When you highlight only one thing, that which you are connected with, it represents Dvaita. You think that what you are seeing and experiencing is the only reality. However, if you say, that is also true, it becomes an accepting statement. This is true and that is also true. We accept both. At this point, all differences come to an end. When there is acceptance, differences cease to be. Can you learn to see the world in similarities as opposed to differences? Can you teach yourself to do that? Through meditation, you come to the point where, after transcending the mind, you begin to experience the totality of consciousness. In that experience of totality of consciousness, you begin to experience and contemplate upon the transcendental or divine nature. That is when you realize that consciousness is Brahman. The first Mahavakya, Prajnanam Brahman, is called Lakshana Vakya. Vakya means statement or sentence, and Lakshana in this context means quality. That's a quality statement right there. Basically, he's saying this is a gem. So yeah, Prajna Brahman is called Lakshana Vakya. Vakya means statement, Lakshana means quality. There are two meanings of the word Lakshana, symptom and quality. In this context, it means quality. The quality of consciousness is Brahman. Therefore, reflect on that. Reflect on that quality of consciousness which is unbound by the fetters of Maya and avidya, delusion and ignorance. That luminous state of consciousness is Brahman. I gave you a map to help you get there. Don't say I didn't give you nothing. I literally gave you a map to help you get to that point. The map where you've got your name, and then your past self, then your childhood, then your genetics, and then your ethnicity, and then what was after that? The human race, and then the angelic realm, then the archangelic realm, then the God archetype level. Like that right there is a path working that you can use to at least approach that quality of consciousness. Because Brahman is all inclusive, all consciousness and all energy, nothing separate from it, which means you are a part of that. So I hope y'all did that, or at least some version of it. Like I said, that's going to be worked on a bit, but for now it serves its purpose. It's something that you can focus on to experience that level of consciousness within yourself, however you're able to, right? Society Eject says map. Yeah, and what we just talking about, the map and highlighting the pathway there and understanding that there are ways that you can go and ways that you probably should not go, mainly because it's not going to lead to your destination. I showed a map. Which is one of many, right? I'm not the only person that has maps. There's maps all over the place. But you get what I'm saying. You can't say that you don't know how to do it at this point. That's what I'm emphasizing. You cannot claim ignorance at this point. The luminous state of consciousness, that luminous state of consciousness is Brahman. Let me go back just a little bit. So we're talking about the quality. The quality is, reflect on that quality of consciousness which is unbound by the fetters of Maya and avidya, delusion and ignorance. That luminous state of consciousness is Brahman. The luminous state of consciousness is an outcome of wisdom, of knowledge becoming an integral part of consciousness. When consciousness and knowledge become one, and there's no distinction between the two, inner luminosity is experienced. That is prajna. So one way to think of consciousness is the totality of the synthesis of all data, the data being the knowledge. So when the data itself and the patterns connected between all data merge and become one, there's no distinction between the two. That's when inner luminosity is experienced. So once again, it's not about all these different books. It's about connecting the dots between them all. There are similarities between that and this and that. And when you start connecting these dots between all the different aspects of data, now we're starting to talk about inner luminosity, right? Now we're starting to talk about inner luminosity. It's not the books themselves, because look, you can start to have that connection through whatever it is that you are into, right? If you're someone who's into sports, you'll start to see patterns between the subtleties of the sports or video games or business, right? But when you begin to apply that intellect, that buddhi, you start connecting dots. The consciousness becomes illuminated because the data and the patterns, the connections, they all start to merge together. Yeah, this is a long one, guys. 3.5 hours. Once again, thank you for trucking it out. Thank you for being here. I know it's a lot of information, but this, you know what I'm saying. This is extremely useful and appropriate if what you're looking for is clarity, understanding, and spiritual growth, right? None of this is a time waster. I guarantee you that. None of this is wasting your time. Ben12345 says, felt like Lucy from that trippy film Before Was Fasting. Yeah. Lucifer, son of the morning. Lucifer, son of the morning. 33. So when consciousness and knowledge become one, and there's no distinction between the two, inner luminosity is experienced. That is prajna. That inner luminosity is known as the transcendental divine or godly luminosity, or Brahman. That is what you discover in the 5th stage of meditation. After you have modified and fine-tuned the expressions and behavior patterns of the mind, consciousness, energy, lifestyle, environment, family, routine, and acquired a state of balance, you're able to practice this stage, right? See, isn't that what I said? I told you, I'm not making none of this stuff up, right? That's what I got from last night's meditation. But that sentence right there says it all. After you have modified and fine-tuned the expressions and behavior patterns of the mind, consciousness, energy, lifestyle, environment, family, routine, all the different parts of life, you begin to see the connection and the patterns between all those, and acquired a state of balance, you're able to practice this stage. This is precisely what I'm talking about. When you begin to see that nothing is separate, right? There's some people who, you think that your spiritual path is just when you sit down and cut on these YouTube videos, or you're reading your book or doing your ritual. They think that's the circle of their spiritual path. No, when you start to realize that your whole life, waking and sleeping, is your spiritual path. So not just your practice, but also when you go to school, when you go to work, when you're driving, when you're eating, when you're having sex, when you're posting online, all of that is your spiritual path, all of it. And when you start to see the connection between all of it, now you're approaching the oath of the abyss. You're crossing over from being an individual in a strange foreign world, dealing with a strange foreign God, to all of it merging into one. Whereas you might be talking to people, but you understand that even the people are only vessels of the Most High speaking directly to you, or I should say, you speaking to yourself. It's a level of understanding. It's not something that I can just say, or you can just say. After you have modified and fine-tuned the expressions and behavior patterns of the mind, consciousness, energy, lifestyle, environment, family, routine, and acquired a state of balance, you are able to practice this stage. Thus, meditation is actually the method by which one can perfect Jnana Yoga. Boom, there it is right there. Look at him. He's like, what the hell else can I say before you get it? Right? I dropped every gem in the purse. Every gem. I done told you. Look at him. Look at him. That's the author. Swami Niranjan Ananda Saraswati. He done told you what time it is. It is a beautiful thing. It is a beautiful thing. I just hope that you understand what's being communicated here. Because I get it. Everyone isn't ready for this kind of information. I get it, you know. But if you are, a wonderful, wonderful life experience is yours to claim. Not because you're part of a group or because you did something special, but because you've come to a realization of who and what you are, or at least getting close to it, right? Ain't got nothing to do with me. I'll probably never meet you, right? Unless you, of course, you come to the live lecture in June, but it's not about me. This is for you. The most I get out of this is you liking the video on YouTube. MC Maestro. We publish hella books. What else you want? What else do you want? Look at them. We flowing straight from the survival scrolls. Lily June says, sounds like mastering the four lower bodies before starting the yoga practice. Yeah, or even mastering them as your yoga practice. We Grow Natural says it's pretty self-explanatory to me, and it helps me through my journey. Awesome, awesome. When you're ready for this information, it literally becomes self-explanatory. Society EJ says that's the face he made when somebody just asked him a question about money. Yeah, yes, Swamiji, I get all that. But what demon do I summon? What candle do I use? Is Shiva blue or is he black? Man, what? Yeah, I understand, Swamiji. Y'all, I understand all that yoga stuff, Swami. I understand all that yoga stuff, but which one of these mantras do I use to get $1 million? What? Matter of fact, don't even buy the book. Leave it alone. Yeah. Who mans is this? Who mans is this? Straight Past 79 says he's showing him how big his booty is. Showing how big his booty is. Nice. We flowing straight from the survival scrolls. All right, you guys are disturbing Niranjan Ananda on his meditation out there in the Himalayas. He hears the jokes that we're cracking. He knows when you are sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. So is Santa Claus supposed to be like psychic? Oh yeah, he's an etheric plane entity. Who are these people that keep contacting me in meditation? Santa is an egregore, a collective egregore, who is still evolving, by the way. I saw a pretty interesting video talking about the origins of, Saint Nick and the mythology, and how Americans have even integrated the Grinch into all that. Like, the Grinch is officially part of Christmas. All right, so let's continue. From understanding to experience. Once you are even partially established in the understanding of consciousness as Brahman, the second statement comes into play. It is known as Anusadhana Vakya. Vakya is sentence and Anusadhana is inquiry. That sentence is Aham Brahma Asmi. I am that supreme consciousness. You have to inquire on this statement. First, you realize that consciousness is Brahman. And by cultivating identification with that consciousness comes the realization, I am that Brahman. Anasadhana, inquiry, takes place. Meditation, therefore, leads to the attainment of the final state of Jnana Yoga. It leads to an awareness of your own consciousness and the realization that this consciousness is transcendental. When you merge with that experience, you realize that you have become that. I am that. I am Brahman. This is not abstract philosophy. Rather, it is a practical approach and method to discover one's true nature. So look, it's not even about saying these things to make you feel good or to feel spiritually powerful, right? Because, let's keep it real. A lot of people say these things because they want to feel powerful. And all that is making up for insecurities. I am God. I'm a God, right? All that shit right there. That's just insecurity speaking loudly. That's not what this is about. He says this is not abstract philosophy. Rather, it's a practical approach and method to discover what? One's true nature. Godhood, divinity, undifferentiated consciousness. That's the true nature of man and all of life, honestly. But it must be realized. It's not just spoken. It's not just, you don't just say it. It has to be realized. He says, meditation, therefore, leads to the attainment of the final state of Jnana Yoga. It leads to an awareness of your own consciousness. We're not even aware of it yet. But through meditation, we become aware of this thing. And through that awareness of it, that's when we realize that the consciousness is actually transcendental. That's what Buddhi is about, higher Buddhi. Now, these other aspects of mind, they give you an awareness of the physical body experience, right? And if your Buddhi is operating in a tamasic or rajasic way, that's only going to give you a lateral interpretation of the physical incarnated experience. But when the Buddhi is operating under the sattvic element, that's when you're able to begin to see the true self. But what has to be out of the way first? The negative and the agitated function of mind. The negative and the agitated function of mind, that's all due to attachment. That's all due to ego. Identification with sensory objects. Identification with what you see, hear, taste, touch, smell, feel. That's going to put your Buddhi under a tamasic expression or a rajasic expression. But he just sat here and gave a whole 5-step pathway to turning that Buddhi into the sattvic direction. He literally gave a 5-step breakdown, starting with Kayastherium, which is stillness of body, right? Stage 2 was stillness of mind, right? Peace, MC Maestro. Stage 3 was becoming the observer of that stillness of mind. Stage 4 was applying the discernment. Is it useful? Is it appropriate? And then finally, stage 5 is perceiving the manifestation of spirit, perceiving this transcendental nature. All right. There's a statement in the Yoga Sutras. Tada drastu swarupa avasthanam. Then the seer is established in his own true nature. What is the meaning of this statement? How do you know what your true nature is? If you know what your true nature is, why are you not that? Becoming free. You are not that because you do not know what your true nature is. If you knew it, you would be living that. There's a story about Hanuman in the Ramayana. He had all the powers, but he did not know that. Might be worth highlighting right there. He was sitting by the ocean, wondering how the grand body of water could possibly be crossed. He had the power to cross it, but he did not know it. Jamavant came to him and said, "You have the ability. You can cross it." That reminds me of Neo being on top of the building and Morpheus jumping across, and him telling Neo that he can jump across too, but he didn't know it, right? He didn't realize it. Even after seeing Morpheus jump across that building, he said, "You have the ability, you can cross it." This indicates that someone has to intervene to remind you what your true nature is, and that person is the guru. Oh, snap. 7 African powers. Thank you. My cousin came bearing gifts. Check this out. Lord Vishnu incense sticks. You guys seen these before? Vishnu. Bhagavati. How do you open this thing? Can you repeat stage 1 and 5? Okay, so the first stage is called Kayastherium. And Kayastherium is the act of body stillness. So literally, when it comes... Oh, yeah, that smells good. Literally, when it comes to Kayastherium, I actually got that from Dharana Darshan, right? And I believe it was chapter 8, actually. If you have Dharana Darshan, you can read all about it in chapter 8. You can also go to my YouTube channel, right? You can type in Kayastherium, and I read this whole chapter on an audiobook. But Kayastherium is the first step and the most important step, because from that first step, you still the senses, because every impulse that we get from the 5 senses leads to a distraction. Why? Because the memory is agitated and it makes us think of anything that's associated with that disturbance. So Kayasthariam is stilling the body, learning how to sit still like a mountain or a tree and not moving whatsoever. That's the first step. The second step is stilling the mind, right? So he talks about stilling the mental fluctuations, because once the body is still, you're still going to have these thoughts that come, right? If you were to sit down and try to meditate on your job or your family, you're going to get all kind of distractions pop up, all types of agitation. So the way that you still the mind is you focus on something that is divine or even more abstract. Like you would focus on the quality of Brahman itself. It's kind of difficult to describe, but it's because of that formlessness. Well, it's not formless, it's not even a form. But because it's not something that we're used to in its expressed state, the distraction lessens because we don't have all these other ideas popping up. Keeps you focused. Just like even if you were to meditate on, say, Christ, or meditate on, hell, even Vishnu, or even if you were to meditate on the Om symbol, right? That's going to lead your mind to stillness as opposed to getting distracted with a million different thoughts. Because if you're distracted, that's not meditation, because you're going to be jumping to and fro. So the first step is body stillness. The second step is mental stillness. Now, the third step, once you've achieved body stillness and mental stillness, right, your body is still, your mind is still, the third step is becoming the observer of that still mind. And here's why that's important, because he talks about the map. Like I said, when I was a little kid, I remember my parents driving to another state, and my mom had the big ass map right before GPS. She had a whole map, and they marked out the pathway that they were going. That's like being the observer. Once your body is still, once your mind is still, you can see what's happening in your individual makeup. You can see the map. Now, the good thing about the map is not only do you see the path that you need to follow, because the answer is always within, always. Not only can you see the path that you need to follow, but you also see all the paths that you have no business even going down, right? See, most of us make mistakes and get distracted because we don't realize that we're going down the wrong path. We don't even acknowledge it because we're not paying attention. So the first step is body stillness. The second step is mental stillness. The third step is acknowledging that you are the observer, now looking at this clear map of where to go and where not to go. Step 4, now that you're able to see clearly, step 4 is the fine tuning of yourself. Right? This is the fine tuning. This is after you still the mental chatter and you become the observer of your mental process. Now you can start applying what's called discernment, right? You can look at everything that's happening in your mind and you can say, is this useful? Is this appropriate? In his words, he says, you're able to sift the appropriate from the inappropriate. Then you're able to apply the power of non-attachment to detach from the negative and move towards the positive, right? I mentioned that in my meditations, the distractions don't go away. I've learned to not react to them. So the deeper in meditation you go, the deeper you start to pull up things that were buried, childhood memories, things that disturbed you that you didn't even realize was disturbing you. But here's the thing. Most people would look at those experiences and become affected. They'd see something that hurt in the past and get hurt again. Or they would feel uncomfortable and run away from that vision. Or they might see something pleasurable and want to go towards it and experience pleasure some more. But that's not non-attachment. That's becoming distracted. When you're sitting in meditation, these distractions will come up. But what you should be doing at this stage is moving through them, not avoiding it, not attaching to it, simply witnessing it. That's how this is done. And then there's a fifth step after all that. After you've stilled the body, after you've stilled the mind, after you've become the observer, after you start fine-tuning, is it useful, is it appropriate? The next step is that you realize you and God are the same thing. You and ultimate consciousness are the same thing. There's no separation from God. God is your entire environment. It's your body. It's the events that take place, the words, the thoughts, everything. Everything is an expression of God. Energy and consciousness together. That's all this is a cycling and a circulating of energy and consciousness. That includes you. So you're not the body, you're not the mind, you're not what's happening on the outside. You're literally that which is witnessing all of that. Witnessing and creating it at the same time. That's what the four heads of Brahma represent. He's creating the world, maintaining the world, and living in the world all at once. He's also meditating, all that at once. That's what you are. You're literally a multi-dimensional being existing on every plane of reality at once. But because you're so distracted by the five senses, you cannot see it. So the only way to see it is to sit still. Sit the body still, step 1. Sit the mind still, step 2. Become the observer of that stillness, step 3. Start correcting the bullshit. Start correcting the parts that are not balanced, step 4. And step 5, realizing who and what you are. 1212, Isis. Thank you, Stray Panther. Step 5 is realizing that I am God. God is me. All is the all. So it's at this point that you can say, I am God. Not before that. Not when you're walking around, you put on your big ass Ankh chain and you got a tattoo of Horus. That's not I am God. That's ego. I am God is when you get to that point of stillness and you literally see that there is no separation from what you call divinity. So those are the 5 steps that he talked about here. He says that when consciousness and knowledge become one, and there's no distinction between the two, inner luminosity is experienced, right? So there's one thing to have all these words memorized, but it's another thing to integrate it into your understanding. He says, after you've modified and fine-tuned the expressions and behavior patterns of the mind, consciousness, energy, lifestyle, environment, family, routine, and acquired a state of balance, you are able to practice this stage. So look, nothing is separate. Nothing is separate. Whether you sit down and you meditate and then you go to the club or, you go do whatever, all that is part of your spiritual practice. None of it is separate. At no point are you separated from this. At no point are you separated from it. But once you realize that, now you can start putting all of your behavior patterns into harmony. So that is a quick run through of those 5 steps. Society Eject says, yep, I still do Chiasterium before I do any meditation or before I go to sleep. Yes, same. Lily June says, funny that those Illuminati rumors are decades old. I'm telling you, man, I was on that Illuminati stuff back in 2000 and early 2000s. I want to say we started in 2006, but it really popped off in 2012. Lily June says, Christ said, know that ye are gods. Exactly. Christ probably studied Samkhya as well. Framestar Film says, watch and let your thoughts flow past you as you sail forward. Precisely. Non-attachment and vairagya. You're welcome, We Grow Natural. Thank you. All right, so let's wrap this up because this is almost at the end of the chapter. I think there's only like 2 more pages left. So, becoming free. Yeah, so we talked about, Morpheus on top of the building with Neo. And he's like, oh, you can jump across this building. And he looks at him and jumps across the building. Neo could do it. He just didn't know he could do it, right? That's not a new scene. That existed all the way back here in the Ramayana. So it says here, you are not that because you do not know what your true nature is. If you knew it, you would be living that. There's a story about Hanuman in the Ramayana. He had all the powers, but he did not know that. He was sitting by the ocean, wondering how the grand body of water could possibly be crossed. He had the power to cross it, but he did not know it. Jamavant came to him and said, you have the ability. You can cross it. This indicates that someone has to intervene to remind you what your true nature is. And that person is the guru. Thanks, Swami Niranjan. Let's see. Yeah. So there's a few pictures here. Looks like Niranjanananda and Satyananda. Well, we'll get to this afterwards. And there's Sivananda, who was the guru of the author of this book. There's a story about a bird catcher, the king of doves, and a rat. Once there stood a large banyan tree just outside the city. Many birds lived in that tree. One day, a bird catcher came to the tree and scattered shiny white grains on the ground, spread his net over them, and hid in the bushes some distance away. So the bird catcher came and he put a bunch of bird seed around, shiny bird seed, and then he put his net over the bird seed. Then he hid in the bushes. Now, the king of the birds was a crow. He understood what the hunter was doing, and he told all the birds not to touch the grains. Soon, a flock of doves flew into the tree. Not paying heed to the words of the crow, they descended to the ground and were, of course, caught in the net. The hunter was overjoyed to see the whole flock in his net and started to walk towards it. The leader of the flock was an old dove. Seeing the state of his flock, he said to them, "Don't be afraid. Only our feet are caught in the net, not our wings. Hold fast to your willpower. When I say coo, we will all fly together, lifting the net." The flock did as they were told, and before the hunter could get to them, they were all in the air, flapping their wings in harmony. Up in the sky, the leader said, "We will go to my friend the rat. He will bite through the mesh and free us all." When the rat saw them in this state, he asked, "What happened?" The leader dove replied, "My love for food did this to my flock." The rat said, "But your booty helped you reach me. Now let me do the rest." Soon, the rat destroyed the mesh, biting it off bit by bit, and all the doves were free once more. What does this story indicate? If your desire to fulfill your sensory needs, you are unmindful of the pitfalls and even ignore good advice. But when caught in the net, some part of you still remains free. If you hold on to it, apply your will, pull together all your capabilities, and use your intelligence, you can find a way out. Yet the real freedom is attained only with the help of someone who truly knows the nature of the bondage and can release you from it, little by little, until you are free in every way. The story is apt, illustrating the application of buddhi and the intervention of guru. The bird catcher throws the net on the ground where he has spread grains. That is the world. That is the net of Maya. Birds, the free spirits, look at the grain, the sense objects, and are attracted to it. They are attracted to food and come down. Due to their craving, greed, and the supposed need, they are caught. Their feet become entangled in the web and they consider themselves helpless. However, the leader has an idea. The leader of any group is a person who has 1% more intelligence than the others. It is natural that such a person will become the leader. The leader of the birds says, "Look, our feet are caught, but our wings are not bound. We can use the wings. If we all flap our wings together, we can fly away, along with the net, until we find somebody who can free us from the net." The followers agree. Just as the bird catcher is coming to get them, they all flap their wings and fly off with the net. Even in life, it is possible to fly from a situation, but you carry the net with you. You are still bound. How to be free from the net? With the help of the rat. The rat is the guru. It is a low-profile animal. Sri Swamiji says that gurus should keep a low profile, as a high profile brings arrogance and enforces the ego. Many think that gurudom will bring them name, fame, and prosperity in the world, and they run after all these things. They no longer pursue a spiritual aim, but run after material aims. Therefore, gurus should always remain low-profile beings like the rat. Do the work and go back to your hole. You do not even know that the rat came in the night and ate away the leftovers in your kitchen. In the morning, you find the leftovers finished. The guru does the same thing. When you sleep, he enters your mind and nibbles away at your bonds. When you wake up, you find that all the strings have been cut. The rat was the guru who came and cut away the bonds of the net from the dove's feet and freed them all. It was the application of intelligence which allowed the doves to fly away from the area where they were going to be caught and killed to another place where the guru was waiting to nibble the strings away from their feet. This applies in life too. You are caught up in the net of Maya, hypnotized by the sensorial world, the luxuries and the comforts, and desiring everything that exists to become happy. Then, in search of peace and freedom, you come to the guru. At that moment, the guru says, you have applied your buddhi and have flown away from that situation where you were bound and suffering. Now I will nibble away your bondage. The last binding from the feet is released by the guru. The wings are always free. Shankaracharya in Aparakshanubhuti says, just as a bird needs two wings to fly, every human being needs two things, viveka and vairagya. Remember we talked about that earlier. Viveka means discernment, right? Being able to make the right decision. Is this appropriate or is this inappropriate? Vairagya is non-attachment, right? Is this even useful? Non-attachment is, basically being able to come to an experience with any sense object, whether it's physical or in your memory or imagination, and not be affected by it just because you're experiencing it, right? So non-attachment means you're not getting triggered because somebody says something that makes you feel bad. Is it useful? Is it appropriate? Discernment and non-attachment. So just as a bird needs two wings to fly, every human being needs two things, viveka and vairagya. The two wings of a human being are viveka and vairagya, discrimination and non-attachment. You can flap these two wings to fly, but ultimately it is the guru who will free you from the bondage of life, death, and Maya. End of chapter 2. Oh my goodness. End of chapter 2. What do you guys think about that? Did you learn something from this chapter? Did you highlight? Did you take notes? Stuffed Dog 69 says, I gotta rewatch. Man, I got some homework. This was a really good one. It really was. I mean, shit, all of these are. Honestly. We Grow Natural says, I learned so much and I took hella notes. Hell yeah. We got that tiger right there. Reminds me of Durga. There's Swami Satyananda. And there's Niranjanananda, the one who's the author of these books that we're reading. And there they are again. So when he says Guruji, he's talking about Satyananda. We Grow Natural says, I look forward to your lives. I call it class time. Yes, ma'am. Because that's what's really going on here, right? These are nice pictures. And again, something to realize here is that these short books that we're reading, these were actually speeches that were delivered. So if you look at the cover and you see him out here, this whole book was actually a speech. That's why when you first crack it open, it says this was given between the 12th and the 15th of May in 2011. So a lot of these pictures, are taking place from the speech. And here we have the three authors of the books that we've been reading. This is Swami Satchisangananda, and she's the author of Ch2, of The Descent, and also The Ascent. Right. Of course, you recognize this guy on the cover. His name is not Dharana Darshan. He's Swami Niranjan Ananda. And that's him in the back. And of course, his guru is in the center, Swami Satchidananda. And then lastly, this looks like a photo of the actual lecture hall where this book was delivered. And at the time, Swami Satchidananda had already passed away. And that's his photo in the background right there. It's also in the beginning of this book. And then this is the photo of the Swami of Satchidananda, which is Sivananda. Cool. Good stuff, good stuff. So, if you took notes, please review those notes. If you highlighted, please review your highlights. Take another look at the fourfold aspect of mind, which is buddhi, ahamkara, chitta, manas, and also contemplate that they operate based on them being affected by tamas, rajas, or sattva. Okay, wow, 4 hours. So that was a long one, but good information was recovered for sure. I appreciate you guys sticking with me throughout the whole read. Looks like we've actually got more people now than we had when we started, which is always fun. If you didn't catch the whole thing, go ahead and rewatch. Really, it's useful information. None of this stuff is just like me talking out the side of my neck. Like, this is all relevant to your growth, if that's what you're here for. Okay, so I appreciate you guys being here. And like I said, I will be giving a live lecture in Atlanta in June. June the 6th to be exact. It's going to be the Master Student Conference Part 2. If you're interested in that, I put the link in the description where you can go ahead and purchase your ticket. And yeah, come see me, give me a hug and all that stuff. I'll sign your book. If you buy one, of course. All right. Ooh, that boy smuggling a whole 6-pack. Golly. Boy smuggling a whole 6-pack. All right. So yeah, like I said, get your tickets if you don't have them. June the 6th, be there, or be a 4-pointed square. Yeah, if you're a member of the Inner Light Activation System, we got class tomorrow night at this time. Otherwise, I'll probably see you guys again on Friday. And on Friday, we will continue with Netzach from A Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism. And we might do another read on Saturday. Probably. Why not? And on Sunday will be the live stream where we will discuss what was just read, and that gives me a little bit more time to kind of just break down some more stuff. So, yeah, this concludes tonight's session. Is there anything else? Is there anything else? Um, yeah, I'm on the verge of making a new class. So if you guys have any suggestions about something that you'd like to learn about specifically, let me know. I'm thinking of maybe making like a 30-day challenge class thing. Maybe we could work on something with the Goetia spirits, maybe something with Kabbalah, maybe something with yoga. Give me some of your suggestions. I do have an idea of what I want to do, but it would also depend on what you guys want to know. I was kind of thinking of maybe even breaking down cyclomancy as a class, or maybe even combining all of the Philip Cooper books: Basic Magic, The Magician, Sigil Magic, Candle Magic, Wealth Magic. Probably doing like a crash course in those. I don't know. But if there's something in particular that you think you'd really want to learn about, let me know. And like I said, it might even just be like a 4 week class, maybe like a 30-day session, just to kind of switch it up a bit. And that's something that we can do uh before the live lecture. Cause yeah, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. Stay tuned. Follow me on Instagram. Get your ticket. The link is in the bio. And I'll check you out next time. Life is good. Remember everything that was said, right? Take care of your mind. Take care of how you break down this reality. Take care of how you place your judgments on the things that are happening, right? Go within, not external, right? You're able to find higher consciousness internally, not externally. So the mind has a tendency to want to define reality based on the external environment. But in truth, the only way that you come into an experience of internal reality is by analyzing. First off, you got to have stillness of body. Then you got to have stillness of mind. Then at that point, you want to analyze what's actually happening in the realm of consciousness, in the mental processes. You want to analyze those things. And then once you become the observer, you start to separate what is useful, what is not useful, what is appropriate, what is inappropriate. You begin to separate all those things. And then once you're doing that process, you can really truly see clearly now, oh, I actually am God. God is actually me and my environment and everything here. Nothing is evil, nothing is separate. All these things are an expression of divinity and my interpretation of that expression. This is what you're supposed to be doing in meditation. And it doesn't matter if you necessarily have a quiet room or if it's loud, or it doesn't necessarily matter if you're meditating on this symbol or another symbol. What matters is, are you able to still the body, then still the mind, then become the observer, then fine tune what's going on in your mental process, and then finally seeing past the surface level into what's behind the surface level, right? That's the process. He laid it out in this book. Like, I can say it over and over again, but that's the process. He laid it out in this book. So please take heed. Take heed. If you listen to this whole thing, think on it, meditate on it. All right. I'm going to head out. So I got some work to do. Y'all be easy. Take care. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you guys. Peace.